Oh, just
Still going for this space. You would as Chimera super low.
Trouble, but there's the Rakan coming in for the shielding. The shielding again.
Oh my God!
They lose.
And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champions. Bow down to Jim.
Hello, everybody. The stocks are up, as you heard. We're all down for some more games. You're all here in the room with me, and somebody else is out. We're joined by Rob and Avi on the desk for the first series of the day, as Inari go up against the Nuclear Vikings. Rob, let's get right in, really. Actually, you know what? How are you doing, Rob? How are you today?
Worse now that you've once again reminded
It's
everyone
never
how they
going to
don't
die.
want me here.
I fear it's just never going to go away.
They never want
Rob's
me
always
here.
out.
Like I don't take the hint though, because I just can't read the room, quite frankly. So I'm going to be here. Everyone else is going to have leave, and I will still not be out. But no, I'm feeling all right today. Actually, it's getting excited for this game. I've got at least one friend in the Nuclear Vikings camp, but I'm optimistic to say the least.
Do you share the optimism, Abby?
I mean, I know I do share optimism. You have to think that surely there's hope for them. I think there's a lot to like. There's a lot that we can hopefully see tonight from Nuke to hopefully pick up their first win this split. I mean, it'd be really good to see competitiveness today. But, I mean, obviously we'll have to see what happens in a minute, won't we?
I mean, that's not to say that they haven't put on decent showings in their previous series.
They've been all right. I
Unfortunately,
think we need to see more.
Exactly. Unfortunately, they have yet to actually turn that into a win on the Rift. On the other side of things, Inari are looking real good. Really, really solid, in fact, as we see them up here. Okunat, No One, Nico, and Sakura. Is it Sakura or Sakura? I hear both.
I think it's whatever you wanted to
It'll
do.
probably bounce between.
Sakura.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll find out in a minute.
They're a very fun team. They love to pick. I've heard the term solo queue team bandied around a bit. They love doing their own thing.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I've done a few the games before on cast, on desk, and a little bit on League Ops as well. They do look a lot of fun, to be honest with you. I've enjoyed watching their games, so I think that's part of the thing I'm looking forward to as well. I mean, I do have a lot to say about Nuke as well. I kept an eye on specifically Josh as well, looking as a really solid jungle pick. You can get him on a carry. I think there's a lot you can do with this, so play around the jungle. I think Nuke could be quite interesting. I do like Nuke. I think there's a lot we can say, but I also think they've got to try and take this opportunity. They have to really push for this first win this season, otherwise, I mean, I don't want to say obviously they're going to underperform, but I think they have to try and take advantage quickly.
I do want to throw out a bit of devil's advocate as well, though, because two of their losses were against Good Chi and Absolved. Currently top two.
Two very good teams, yes.
Their strength of schedule was kind of against them, and now they're against Inari as well, who have shown themselves to be really, really good. So, Rob, instead of just talking optimism, we're talking, pie in the sky, wish upon a star. What do they actually need to do on the Rift to either just disrupt Inari or solidify their own game plan and make life as easy for themselves as possible?
I think having watched, I think, all of Nuke's games at this point, there's quite a few things. One, I think their top side is actually all right. So I think Josh Kang, in combination with their two solo laners, they've looked pretty solid and they can compete. And I think Elling actually is surprisingly good, although sometimes a few mistakes are made. And I think Shush, laning quite good, often makes a couple mistakes in team fights with a little bit of mispositioning. However, overall, I think there's a lot to like there. My biggest concern for the side of Nuclear Vikings is their bot lane. I don't think any of the time they've really had a great go of it. Again, shout out to Scooby. He's running that charity thing where every death is 50p in the pot. That charity's getting up there at this point, and that is it's often because of either they pick drafts where they don't always have one cohesive identity, or there's a lot of the time it doesn't seem like they're all on the same page in the game about what they want to do. Scooby's often there early, gets caught, and then they are having to play fights, 4v5. So I hope that in the last week or a couple of days they've worked on a bit of cohesion. Firstly, in terms of Josh Kang and Scooby combining together across the map to make sure that making sure that they're on time for plays. Often they're playing to the beat of the enemy's drum. They need to be more proactive, and just in general more solid laning in bot lane, because I feel like often their bot lane can struggle and somewhat fall out of the laning phase. And in a game like with Inari today, Inari's strengths are Oku's a very good laner, Nat's a really solid jungler with multiple picks, but I think if you're going to attack anywhere on the side of Inari, it's in the bot lane. This is a test to see if, against maybe the less good bot lanes in the league, they've had to face, what was that? Brain Dead and Fast-Legged, and they've had to face Rhythm and Gibble. This is a chance for them to show that maybe they aren't, a bottom tier bottom tier bot lane, and that they can show that they actually can compete with some of the more centre B tier, A tier lanes in the league. Maybe that's at least how I see it. They need to solidify just their laning and then group across the map.
In that regard, then, because we've seen that Sakura is very much in favor of more enchanted type picks. We've seen Lulus, we've seen Seraphines. I know that's a champion near and dear to you, Avi. I'll let you talk from the Inari side, but if the Nuclear Vikings are to do that in the bot lane, do we just need to see like Scooby go like full balls to the wall aggro with things like the Nautilus, try and punish these enchanter picks, or what are you thinking?
I mean, there's two schools of thought here. You can either, as you said, go play balls to the wall with your Nautilus, your Blitzcrank. They do pretty decently into more of these enchanters, but you could also play the flip side of that, where you don't quite play an enchanter yourself, but try and play something that gets you into that late game where you can have more of those advanced team fights. So it's going to be a bit of a coin flip between what works and what doesn't. It's going to depend very much on how this first game goes to see. I think this first game is going to be very much, we're going to find out how we need to play against them and then try and pick up a win in match number 2. So I think I do like the idea of playing an aggressive bot lane, but also you can, if you play aggressive, great, fantastic, you can take advantage, but also you lose out a lot if you don't win. If you don't win your lane early, you could be in a lot of trouble. You have to either dominate or you're in a bit of trouble. So hopefully, if they do decide to go that route, they feel confident, feel like they can take that matchup. Otherwise, I wouldn't say worried is the right word, but I think you've got to think, how do you play this carefully? How do you play this right? How do you play this whilst trying not to get punished yourself?
Carefully is a word that doesn't necessarily cross paths with the Four Nations all that often, I don't think.
No, this
really.
is true.
A lot of the ways that teams like to execute on things. But Rob, we were talking about Josh Kang. Some of his favourite picks, like the Jarvan, for example, are very much on vogue right now. And perhaps even if the bot lane can't 2v2 win, if he were to make his presence known there in the early stage of the game, do you think that the top side would be fine without him? Obviously, you pointed out that Shush has a very strong early lane, but he's into Oku. Has he sort of met his match there?
I think looking across the board here, I'll get to Josh Kang in a sec. Firstly, Oku versus Shush. I think something like Cassante versus, that's the Oku special, is like Cassante Scion. I think there is enough picks there for Shush to really play into that. Shush has a great Gnar, has a great Gwen. So there's and an Aurora as well if there's like a Rumble coming out. So I think laning phase should be fine. If I'm Josh Kang, again, I've got a stabilized bot. I think that's a really something that is very apparent in these games. Xin Zhao is actually one that he's very, very good at. That is an incredibly popular champion at the moment. That's another one I would also shout out there as a pick that he could bring up. But I have some insight actually into Nuclear Vikings more than most from stuff. I don't want to bring up too much, but I do think that they need to be a bit more aggressive in the bot lane. And one of the big things is it's not just about the picks; it's about the mentality of what they're doing going into the game. I think they need to firstly believe that they can win. That sounds incredibly stupid, but it's quite easy to get quite defeatist. They should have taken a game off of Absolved. They had a 3-kill KO at like 6 minutes.
Yeah.
So they know they can win, but they know they can get into winning positions. They have to complete the winning positions. I think one of the biggest flaws that they have, we can discuss laning till the cows come home, but I think the biggest issue they have is their sort of decision making in the mid to late game often leaves them in a spot where they can be ahead 4, 5, 6k gold. Rumoured apparently in behind the scenes in scrims as well, and yet they still often are scared. They aren't there first, and they end up getting caught out one by one, and that's the mistakes that they make. They need to. Josh Kang is a big part of this, where he is going to have to either be more vocal or people are going to have to direct him more to be in the right positions at the right time, because you can't just like play solo Q-esque in these games. Even against a team like Inari, who is coming from Div 2, how are they on board on the same page? You've described their gameplay, their draft style more solo Q-ish, more sort of picking for comfort. still against a team like that, they'll play together. So you need to be prepared to bring that out. If you are Nuclear Vikings, let's just make sure we stick to the basics. And for Inari, I just want to quickly shout out Inari. I think they're just incredibly solid across the board. I mean, they took down the Bandits UK 2-0. I think this team has been quite undervalued. I know we're kind of I'm jumping ahead here, but I think we talk about the established orgs in the league a lot. Like, Nuclear Vikings has been a mainstay of the UK scene since it came back in 2023. But Inari are really good, and we don't talk about them enough. They've been in Div 2, but we don't talk about them enough. They were like 10th like a few splits ago, and they've made it all the way to the UK Div 1, and they're looking really solid. They went 1-1 against Brod off stream the other day. They went 1-1. They got to be good. And we're all saying 2-0. All of us. We think Inari are going to take everything today.
I mean, we can again talk about tenure and all of that, but Inari ran their way through Division 2 last year. They have come up. We weren't entirely sure how well they would slot into Division 1, but historically, Div 2 graduates have come into Division 1 and looked pretty darn good. Inari looking to continue that run of form as we go into our first draft. Inari starting off on the blue side.
Okay. Not surprising. If you know Shush, and you watched when Nuclear Vikings got relegated to Inkwick, he was solo killing Kerberos on that cannon, so that's got to be gone immediately. On the other side, Nat only likes Jungle Jace, and Jace isn't one of Oku's main picks as well. So that's got to be gone. These are going to be target bans, I imagine. I imagine this is going to be a lot of target banning. Elling's best magic damage champion. He's very good at melees. Can play a few mages, but his best is the LeBlanc. Not surprising there. Then you got, this is not really surprising bans, I think, for anyone who's kept up to date with what these players play.
Is that a
and
bad
what's meta
thing?
as well.
Yeah.
Is that really a bad thing?
It's just safe as well, which, I mean, safe as sound is safe, but I mean, I can't really argue with it, can you? Like, you get rid of the safe picks, you get rid of some of the target picks, and you can't really complain. It's a solid, safe ban phase, Yeah.
Also, no one's got a really good Oriana as well, so taking that off the board and denying Nat like a combination with his mid laner is really important. But Yone first pick is
Yone
crazy.
slam.
Yeah.
That's a crazy. I feel like every time I'm on the desk, there was a Karma first pick by Absolve the other day, and that made me and Bloxer go mental. And now I've seen a Yone first pick is insane, because even if this is a flex, I feel like you're going to be able to take this into. There's like multiple lanes you could take it, like a Renekton plus an Ahri. That could be a good answer here if you wanted to. This is a very odd opening coming out from an Ahri, unless they are that confident in this matchup. No one on the Yone smacked JB around on this game that wasn't on stream in the first week. So is a chance that this is just his best champion, and he feels it the first game. He's just going to be able to take it to Elling.
Why not? Give it a go.
Ahri's not a bad pick for it. And of course, the virus did make it through the first phase of bans, so I think makes a good pickup for the Nuclear Vikings here. Haglerboy can do a great many things on that champion. Just well, we'll wait and see. But I remember a crime being committed where there was a lethality virus where there was no right to be one, and so I'm a little.
Just being cautious.
That's ham.
So
You like literally.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like just an entire leg. Drop it on the table.
Give me the Aurora. Just slam the
ults.
Aurora, the Galio. Just give me an Orn. Give me something here, Shush. Just give me. You know it's going to be Rumble. You've practiced a bunch of Rumble counters. They showed a couple of them the other day. It's not. They're going to take Josh Kang's Lee Sin.
I think that makes a lot of sense, though.
It does give him a lot of comfort, and I know he is a guy who says, screw it, give me my best champion. But now, my only concern is, are you going to have some of these counters to the Rumble, which is an incredibly strong champion? Like, let's not forget, Rumble is like probably the best blind top laner at the moment.
Oh, probably.
I mean, Inari should just be
removing those
smacking
counters.
those bans
Yeah,
down.
like get those counters out there, and then here I'm banning like Ornn or Galio or Aurora or one of those three, depending on how I'm feeling, particularly on the day. And then I'm just going to be able to run over most of the top picks, or at least be very happy in that matchup as the blind Rumble.
Well then. First ban coming from the Nuclear Vikings side, Sivir taken away, so we see their priority is on knocking Nico down the ADC prior. Of course, they could throw a ban in the direction of Sakura as well. I mean, I think pretty much every Four Nations top laner can play somewhat of a Scion, but it doesn't strike me as a super Shush champion.
I mean, it's been a staple for everyone, isn't it? But I think
I think Shush.
it's fine.
I don't necessarily
here,
think
but
Scion.
No, you
Yeah.
don't really. But I mean, it's just one of those where if in doubt, you can just pick the Scion. So I'd almost look at this and say it's more of a we might as well. Maybe I don't really know what I'm looking at, to be honest.
I think it's a bit odd because I think both Rumble and Yone are okay. Like Scion ultimately like hyperscales with all the HP, but I don't think it's that scary on side or that scary in these team fights. I think given that they'd probably be having to take top on 4 here, you'd probably get a counter, an ADC into it that you wanted anyway. There's a few things like that. There's a cog build that's rising up. Crowley tweeted about it, funnily enough, about Dusk and Dawn Kog'Maw. That could be an opportunity here into the Varus. That's a
really
chance.
Fun. I've actually tried
It's
it.
very fun. It's incredibly
So I'll have to have
fun
a look
to
at
play.
that. That does sound fun.
But do you see the Bard ban as well? This means all those champions that do counter Rumble more traditionally are available. He's not going to go for the... He loves Aurora and he never plays it. He's hovering the Gnar. It is probably his best champion. So I don't think it's that surprising.
Yeah.
But it
And
is
also,
interesting to
look
see
at
the pinch on the
look
ADC
at these
pool.
3 picks. Tell me that a Gnar ultimate is not great when a Jarvan is going to try and, like, wombo combo you.
No, this is true. I mean, it's one of those you can just play counter almost. Like if they jump on you, fine, we'll jump on you back and take a fight there. I like this. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, you just got to play it safe, but you can play it safe. Like you can just either slow it down or you can just balls to the wall, as you've said. But we'll see what it goes.
Seraphine.
I mean, were we surprised
I'm
by
not
the
biased.
Seraphine?
I'm not
wasn't.
biased. Very
Seraphine.
biased.
It's good. I actually think that Seraphine is rising up a little bit. We've seen, like, at least in the UK, we saw like a Caitlyn Seraphine the other day. We're going to see it, you know, crop up when you're going to see, like, what if you think there's going to be a Karma, maybe a Nico. You pick it as like a
kind of
enchanter that does a bit of damage. I wonder what they're going to go for the final AD pick it. MF. Okay, so they're just going to
Wombo.
I do like this. I
Giga
really do like
Wombo.
this, though.
Five
they're just putting
ultimates
their
in a
ultimates on
very
top of each
small
other.
Yeah,
space.
that's what I say. I mean, it's fun to watch, but depends,
here,
you
I
gotta
don't
get
wanna see
that
a Karma.
perfect.
I don't want to see a Karma. I know they're probably going to lock it in, but I don't want to see it. Because I do think here, you're actually at the risk of just being jumped on and killed. I think that maybe you have to play a lot more aggressive yourselves and try and not allow them to all press 5 ultimates at the same time. They're not going to go for it. Praise the Lord. I think that here, against the Seraphine and the MF, I think you can go for something that's a bit more engage heavy
like
and
the
gives you a bit
Rakan
more focus of getting in. Rakan Lee Sin, great combo, lots of mobility. This is quite difficult to navigate, though, if you're Nuclear Vikings. If you're an Ari, what do? You press
press
all
R.
your
Press
R. You
R.
press R 5 times, and then you kill them. But if
I
you
mean, if
are
it works,
Nuclear
it
Vikings, you've got to like get around these fights. You've got lots of mobility, but how are you actually? Firstly, how are you starting fights? It's going to come off of a kick from Lee Sin, maybe a Gnar ultimate, maybe a Rakan engage. There's a charm as well. There's lots of little ways of going in, but it's a lot more delicate.
You know what?
You've got to finesse a little bit more as opposed to just slamming your hand on the keyboard.
You know what interests me a little more here, Rob? And I know as a host I'm not supposed to be all analytical, but it's not necessarily Nuclear Vikings' ways of going in that interest me. It's their ways of going out. Because I
That's a
wonder
good
if the
point.
Vikings are going fishing a little bit here. It's like, oh, we've caught one person. Oh, but it's a Lee Sin. They managed to ward hop out, and maybe 1 or 2 members of Inari overcommit and then can be heavily punished.
Yeah,
It's
I can picture that.
possible. Sides are scary. I will say, like, the Yone, if he gets a bit of a lead here, even though Ari is a good matchup into the Yone, traditionally was when Yone was most meta, that was one of the mid laners picked up alongside Smolder. It is still difficult if he does get focus from that early on and the Ari is kind of put in the dirt. There's a lot of mobility, as you've said. It's hard to like pick a member and actually lock them down. If you think about the champions they got, they haven't got much point-and-click CC, for example. A lot of it is, conditional, like the J4 Cataclysm, like the Yone Ultimate actually hitting, even though it's quite an animation you can dodge. However, if any of it does land, they're going to instantly kill someone.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a
there's
bit
no
of a
one
concern.
frontlining here. If there's a mini Gnar, there's no one to stand in front of them. Rakan's not a tank, so I think that overall it's actually quite hard here for the Nuclear Vikings. I'm giving draft advantage to Inari for this game 1, and I think Nuclear Vikings are going to have to kind of hand stiff.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, I'm on the same page.
That somewhat kind of dovetails into what we had already predicted. I think we 3 still sit with our 2-0 predictions as they stood initially. Inari, as you said, when you've got a composition that is press your R key 5 times, there's only so much that can really go wrong unless Nuclear Vikings pull out some kind of stormer. And we are looking for them to do something to, wow us a little bit. Even if they lose this game, if they can do it gracefully, if they can do it, really taking the fight to Inari, then I think we can have much higher hopes going towards game number 2.
I don't know what Avi. What's your okay? I've spoken a lot. Avi,
Yeah.
who do you think is going to win this game 1?
Well, I'm not biased, but as someone who plays too much Seraphine, I think I have to say Inari. I mean, you've mentioned it already, but it's the safety of we're just going to press all of our buttons and we're going to win it based off that. Whereas you do have to play really carefully with your engage if you're Nuclear. So I do have faith that Nuclear can make something happen, but my heart says Inari. I don't think anyone's going to argue with me, really.
That's
Just
a vote here.
checking in with production. Just need to know when we're actually ready to hit the
that's
rift.
fair enough.
We will be there shortly. I'm sure you're all as eager to get onto the rift as we are. But do we think if there is some form of means to throw? Okay, never mind. I'm being told to shut up. Okay, that's good. That's good because we have casters ready and waiting that we can throw to now. Alsyke and Frisky ready to bring us to game number 1. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Brackish Brit, for passing us over. Of course, I am Alsyke with Frisky this time around on the casting desk. How are we feeling about this game? We saw the predictions from the desk. I know we were talking about the draft a little bit ourselves too. Frisky, I want to hear your opinion on it.
Well, it's two, you could say, somewhat similar drafts. I actually think Professor Brackish said something really interesting, which he said that maybe Vikings are kind of going fishing, which I think is kind of the way you want to play a comp like that. You have something like Ahri and Lee Sin that have a ton of mobility. You kind of want to get catches and get out. You're not going to be able to beat the team fight prowess of this comp that Inari has, especially in the late game. The Yone is going to be too hard to kill. The Rumble's going to be doing too much damage. If the MF gets off her ult, it's going to be game over on that. Inari are going to be looking to fight in those tight spaces really well. So Nuclear, I think, just want to kind of get some early kills, build up their lead, and then continue to snowball the game through there. Problem is, Nuclear Vikings have not really been a team to do that. They'll get a lot of early leads, especially Josh Kang on his famous Lee Sin is often picking off people a lot. But at the same time, they're not always good at converting that into the macro that's needed in the late game to try to get these wins. And I think that's why we've seen them struggle a lot.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. When looking at their drafts, it does feel like the pressure is on Nuclear Vikings this game to make something happen. It definitely feels like Inari going on towards the mid to late are going to start to scale and really ramp up. And so looking in these team fights, it's going to be critical that they get like some of these critical targets. I really want to see the mid jungle in Josh Kang and No One take some picks across the map, really use the push they can generate in mid, play with that Lee Sin, try and find some angles, because otherwise I feel like they're just going to have too many problems actually reaching some of these key members. If let's say they go all neutral the entire game, I heavily favor Inari. Just the Seraphine provides so much peel. You obviously have the Rumble that just can provide a lot as well. And then in general, MF, she can be slippery. I think I would have preferred someone with a little bit more movement, but MF rounds out the comp very well. Overall, I have to say I think Inari had a better draft, but I think Nuclear Vikings, if they make the right movements, can inch out a lead early on and then take the game over from there. That's what really, like you said, we're looking for them to do. And Josh Kang being on that Lee Sin, a lot of pressure on him, hoping that he can really pull through and, lead the team into victory, right?
Yeah, it's interesting because he's been on this Lee Sin before. I wouldn't say necessarily had performances. He's gotten some early kills, but they've more just been like plays that maybe have been facilitated. Not saying he's like kill stealing, but it's not necessarily like he's doing like a ton to influence the game. It's more like mistakes. Like when I watched them in the Absolve series, it's more like mistakes that Absolve was making early on. Inari is going to be, I think, a tougher one to beat because we've seen them against Broad and Friends. Maybe not on this stream, but on the Broad stream. They did really well against Broad and getting a game on them. They had some really good fights, around the early game. They're really a team that just kind of goes for it. They just kind of play aggressive, but they seem to all kind of be understanding that they all just kind of play the champions that they want and they go for it, where it seems like some Vikings want to do some other stuff and some people don't. I don't know if they've really figured out exactly how they want to win games yet, which is going to be a problem. You got to figure out as a team the consistent way you want to be winning the whole time.
Yeah, really focusing on that cohesion, right? It's kind of what you're saying, right? That game plan. Okay. I think that as you mentioned before, Josh Kang has made the Lee Sin kind of get plays early on. It's the issue of actually transforming that into objectives, transforming that into towers, and actually generating, getting side leads. Because you see, for example, the top matchup, Shush into that Rumble on the Gnar. It's a matchup that I hope Shush can really take advantage of. Obviously, it's not the best, but if we're able to open up that Gnar, I think we can see a lot of situations where he can really play with the team later on, because they don't have any strong frontline besides him, and even besides that Gnar, once he's Mega Gnar, that's all he's got, and then the huge cooldown timer. So I really want to see this Gnar as well, with the help of this Lee Sin, eventually start getting some love, because I don't want them falling behind. You really need him to facilitate a lot of engages with this Rakan, Scooby-Dooby-Doo, and Shush. They make for a good pair. So looking forward to see what they can do in this game.
So yeah, we got things started off now. I mean, all these lanes are going to be, at least for the first couple of minutes, pretty stable. I mean, I guess some things could happen in the 2v2 in the bot lane, but neither team really wants to take that risk. If the side of Inari kind of maybe overstep and they let Rakan get a grand entrance off, it could make things a little bit harder for them in the lane in this early parts. So they're going to kind of want to just play chill. They have some damage, some decent poke.
Yeah.
So they just got to avoid these various piercing arrows, push the wave out a little bit. And then on the top side, as you can kind of see there, the Gnar's going to be pushing in the Rumble pretty early on. The Gnar kind of has some edge on that Rumble early on because Rumble's damage isn't there yet. Gnar's obviously got some range, but I think really once Rumble gets like half an item to, closer to a full item, he's going to be really easily dominating that lane. So certainly right now you want the Gnar to kind of be, aggressive in the lane, and maybe Nuclear Vikings can look to take advantage of that.
That would be ideal. As you can see already, there has been some skirmishing across the map, mid lane, getting below health. Elling, though, overall doing okay, kind of what's expected. Nuclear Vikings kind of have the advantage of these lanes being fairly comfortable for them. It's bot lane where they're going to feel the most of the pressure, especially over the course of these first 10 minutes. Really looking forward to what the decision is going to be for Josh Kang and Nat off of their resets, because there will be a window opportunity here where, if someone's overstepping a little bit, you can maybe find a gank angle. But for right now, just back and forth trading. I see that there is Ignite on that Rumble, which I like. I like to see ever since the teleport changes. There's a lot of more value you can get out of these second summoners. Is Elling going to go ahead and miss that charm? Cold World going to back on away. But tell me a little bit more about what you think Inari need to do to kind of maintain themselves here. What should they be watching out for coming on from Nuclear Vikings?
So they just got to be watching for Josh Kang. I mean, as you can see, he's kind of hunting right now like a predator, waiting in the bush, stalking his prey. Not much happening right now, but I think all they really
flash forward. Josh Kang gonna connect the Q and will finish the kick. That's a first blood onto that Lee Sin, and exactly what we wanted to see.
Yeah, great. The one probably didn't expect that. I mean, I think probably should have seen the fact that R was kind of hovering towards the side that the
top
Lee
side
Sin could have been on. But at the same time, no one ever really expects that. But he should have, potentially seen that coming. But that's exactly the kind of plays that Nuclear Vikings want. But we got a retaliation right now, right?
Yeah, as Nat gets the knock up with the flag and drag. Hagglebosh looking not to use the flash and will not need to. Just gonna go ahead and be able to strut away as Nat just trying to get a counter gank possible on the map. It feels bad to lose your millionaire just like that. His lane's going to be just a little bit harder than it was before, as this bot lane's going to return to farming back and forth. Nice big wave going to push into them. I'm going to see if they're going to try to feed it, but here comes Josh Kang.
Yeah, this is what Josh Kang wants. He gets a couple kills. He wants to be sneaking around. If Nari did their research, they would have been sneaking, seeing he's around. I think they kind of noticed maybe he's there, and now they spot him. So nothing should happen from here on out. Just a couple.
Yeah, looks like they're just trying to guarantee the reset here for Hagglebosh, or investing a lot of time into this though. Taking a lot of damage in return. Gonna throw out the piercing arrow, will indeed connect, but Nico and Sakura are just gonna be able to maintain the wave here despite all that effort. So Josh Kang just kind of wasted, I think, valuable seconds for not much.
Yeah, not too much. I mean, he wanted a little bit damage. He kind of helped him get some push. Sometimes there's just value in showing up in the lanes. I mean, it's not always the best because obviously you know some camps, but it's kind of the
I'm here. Don't get too cocky. That's what he's telling them.
Exactly. Be warned, sons. I am here and I'm ready to come in at any time. But we do have the dragon up. It seems like the likely move, especially when no one's going to be basic, probably a pretty easy secured dragon for Nuclear Vikings. I think the bot lane just needs to kind of keep kind of the same place as they're doing. The issue, though, is that even though they've got some good push going on right now, they are a little bit low on health. If Wolverine got a quick gank, it would make it really easy for that momentum to shift. So it's actually really not super smart that Josh Kang is just kind of doing all of his camps. He really should be kind of hovering down for the bot lane more. That's what's happening now. Now it's able to, but healing is not seen on the wards.
Elling sees it happen, has a suspicion, but there's just not much they can do about it. As you mentioned, he's kind of focused on clearing the rest of his camps after helping out this bot lane, and so this Drake, just off of positioning, honestly, it kind of feels like it slips through the fingers almost, not just going to get it for free. Now, a lot of time wasted here as we see the Rumble poking around the jungle, making sure that Josh can't get anything in return. Just going to have to go ahead and back away, and overall, I think a good cycle here from Inari, assuming that doesn't get caught by Elling, which it doesn't seem he will be.
Yeah, pretty standard there. I think they knew that Josh King was heading topside. Pretty easy just to kind of get the Drake there. The wave was bouncing back in. Nuclear Vikings don't really have the items on the bot laner yet. I mean, obviously only the tier on the Varus right now. So not a ton can be done. Hagoba is just, or I always forget how you pronounce the name. I've been told how you pronounce the ADC's name.
You were pretty close. You Hagelbush.
Hagelbush.
Oh, as we see topside, observe. Oku just gonna go down. Not gonna use a flash or ignite. Both of those summoners flash will be used from Shush and Josh Kang in exchange, but they get that kill, gonna get that push, and this CS lead in the top side is just gonna keep on growing.
Yeah, Rumble's gonna be slowing down a little bit more. Another great pick from Josh Kang. What we see on him the most is why he's picking that Lee Sin. Should be letting them get grub soon. It's certainly something they're gonna want to get. Like how Rob said, the Yone push is gonna be pretty strong in the late game. You got some okay champs in the Gnar and the Ahri that can kind of match the side lane. But Gnar's side lane is a super underrated aspect of him. If you can get the grubs on him, if Ahri really is struggling to get in this game and Nuclear Vikings get a lead, you can make it really good. No one again struggling, man.
Yeah, no one is not having the best kind of time.
I mean,
Spirit
in the bot game,
Rush.
he had a really good game on this Kassadin. Oh my god, more deaths happening.
Going over to the bot side, the full bullet time's gonna connect, not gonna confirm the kill though. As you see, Sakura wants to flash forward, confirm it, and the heal is nicely timed to get the movement speed. But in the end, Nico will clear up that kill. They're gonna focus on clearing this wave, and it's just one kill going on over to Inari, the first of the game.
Yeah, 2 flashes to get that kill on the Varus still pretty good. It's going to help put the Varus out of the game. I call that a sunk cost fallacy kill where you're just like, he's so low, let's just get him. But still, it was pretty much nothing else could happen. The MF dies, doesn't die from that. Overall, good play there. But I'd like to see how it started, because the fact that the Varus got that close in that bullet time and Scooby didn't do anything to stop
and it got a lot of that bullet time too, like nearly all of it.
Yeah, certainly a good chunk from it. I mean, it's a decent counter from Inari. I think Nuclear Vikings still have the edge here. I mean, as you can see, yep, there's the voids going down. Now it's just kind of what their next play is going to be. I think Josh Kang needs to be kind of hunting for the next kill. Maybe then that bot lane he'll be looking.
Yeah, as it stands right now, your top is doing fabulous. Your mid is doing pretty good too. All things considered, I mean, you see the Yone is a little bit up in CS, but it's just right for him. He's not really playing the game, He's a farming simulator. As we see now, though, it's Nat who wants to make a play on the map. It's gonna be able to get avoided by Scooby. Not looking to donate any more quite yet. As Nico and Sakura just gonna go back to their waves, but overall, the next play, I mean, 150 till the next Drake, right? So that's a big issue. It seems like Josh Kang just wants to really focus on this top side of the map. I mean, when Shush, when Shush and Josh Kang, when they get ahead, when they work together and when they make plays, they do well, and I think that they end up being some of Nuclear Vikings' best performing players. Sometimes it's not going in. Will indeed be able to smite away. Yeah. little bit waste of time there for Josh King, but he wants to actually take this fight. You see Elling rotating on the map. Flashes, goes back forward to get the kick. Now follows up with Elling, just perfectly comboed there to secure that kill on the Jarvan. Doesn't even use his flash or cataclysm or nothing. Will go straight back to the lane and will lose some jungle camps as well.
But man, we didn't even see it. The bot lane play had its own play because the
We didn't, yeah.
on
No.
Hagelbog. What did I say? Hagelbog? I don't know.
Hagglebosh, or something.
Yeah. But Josh Kang, I thought, was getting, a little bit over aggressive. It's fair he went for the Grov. You obviously saw that the Jarvan was bought, but he reset, tried to get it. Thought he was being a little bit too aggressive, but they did a really smart play. Elling had the push, had the priority in the lane, came down to help, and we saw a great Josh Kang Lee Sin play. That's exactly what they needed. My only concern right now is just the fact that Josh King has all of the kills and all of the gold.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's not like saying his Lee Sin isn't good, but Lee Sin is in a
It's
weird
diminishing returns. It's just diminishing
very
returns.
diminishing return, yes. It's kind of hard to carry with him. He's going to have to, step up a lot of the load. If they keep getting picks, they get help, though.
Yeah, I don't know if it's intentional or not on his part, but I could see the logic in thinking that, hey, like maybe our top and mid, they're gonna, just by like being even, by getting CS, like the passive leads that they'll generate with the assists and everything, that's enough to keep them strong. And for this Lee Sin, for Josh King to really continue winning this game, maybe they think that he needs the kills, to like accelerate those items. But right now, Scooby-Dooby-Doo needs some help from his team, as we see Nico and the full bot jungle entourage kind of secure vision of this bottom half of the river. Drake is up now, Frisky, and it seems like they want to make a play for it.
Yeah, it does. I mean, they still got no one sitting in the mid lane, and you can get the push on that. I think they're just going to be waiting for Nuclear to start this dragon, potentially make a play
They
from
have
here.
a nice choke here.
They got to make a decision. What are they going to do?
Trying to get away. Elling dashes forward. Spirit Rush is not going to land. You have the dragon going down. Low health, but Mew on the back. Is Hagelbosh dying? Sakura stays alive. They take the jungler to get dragon as well. Now Elling going to be chasing away Cold World, using that Fate Seal to get away. And all in all, ends up being 1-for-1. But Nuclear Vikings keep that dragon.
A little bit of hesitation on the side of Inari. They didn't know what they wanted to do, and Elling reacted, got into that back line. At the same time, they went on Hago, Biage, Nico, and what's the... Is it Sakura?
I know, Sakura, yeah. Sakura, who narrowly got away.
Yeah, barely got away despite missing the ultimate, but at the same time, Josh King got a play still on the Jarvan. They get the dragon still, easily still a good play for Nuclear Vikings. They're actually a little down in gold, but I think that the game doesn't feel like that. It maybe doesn't feel superly heavy-sided towards Nuclear Vikings, but I think people are starting to see that, okay, Josh King has come alive. He's at a point right now where he can probably almost very heavily do damage to everyone on the team. No one's really tanky enough.
He really does have all 4 kills. That's crazy. That's so wild. I would have imagined someone else got that last one,
No, I don't think he was trying to take it, or maybe he was. Maybe people are yelling at him in the comms, but that's something we don't get to know about. But yeah, all the kills are on him. All the deaths are on Hagelbiage. Going to be a little tough there, but at the same time...
Why do we have to bring that up? Why do you have to call him out like that, man?
Showing that there's... Nuclear Vikings are very, some people take on one load, some people take on another.
Yeah, fair enough.
Equal about it, yeah. They just need one person to have all the assists, and they'll make it even. But they're making a play here.
Yeah, speaking of assists, Josh Kang and Scooby-Doo on towards the top side, engaged by Shush, and they will get that kill on the MF, stepping way too far forward. I'm surprised the flash wasn't blown the moment that you see that Nari jumping towards you. Maybe thinking just no way to survive, but regardless, another kill going to Nuclear Vikings. They continue to build. Despite all the kills, they haven't really built a gold lead. They've been able to maintain CS, so Inari have just been neck and neck with them. But, it's momentum. And another kill onto Josh Kang, so, KDA and whatnot.
Yeah, I know, it is another kill on it is certainly about the time, especially when you hit the 14-minute mark, that you got to kind of start be getting these turrets a lot more. So these kills got to equal something more on the map. You got to kind of stay, try to push these turrets out. You got to really open up the map. That's going to let that gold lead kind of go up more, not just from the turret themselves, but the fact that you can control a lot of the map more. You can have a space that's a little bit more secure where you can farm. But yeah, it was a little bit short-sighted by Nico. I mean, yeah, anytime you see Gnar walking big like that, you gotta get out. the flash is still up for another point. Maybe that'll come into use there, but
Yeah.
hopefully she at least uses it next time.
Yeah, I mean, if you use it there, you won't have it for Drake, which could be like the thought process, of course. But just another situation, another goal, another kill onto that jungler, and almost to that second item, right? Look at that. It already has the tunneler, has the boots, as we see. Cold World, no one is trying to get a kill onto Shush, trading back and forth. Not here as well with the TP. Nico's here as well, but getting caught out by Josh Can. Nice dodge to get away. You see Ellie now using Spirit Dash. They're trying to make the play onto this lonely ADC, but in the end, Nico just dodges everything. It's Shush on V1 now on the top side, and everyone is just kind of not on the same page on what they want to do. Scooby goes in, just ends up dying. You have the charm from the Seraphine. Josh Kang follows this Yone back behind the wall, and Nuclear Vikings are just get a full-scale loss on this skirmish.
I hate to say it, but that felt like a kind of classic Nuclear Vikings play, unfortunately. You had a pick, you had a TP that was a little bit short-sighted. It was on the Ahri, so she could easily Spirit Rush away, but they didn't get the pick that they wanted. They were, saw the movement of people. They didn't really know who to go in on. And Ahri just waited for all the members to show up. They waited for the Rumble to come in. Really easy re-engage. They still had a bunch of ultimates to use. The MF ultimate did a bunch of damage.
The MF flash.
Yeah, the MF did flash, so she did end up burning it, but maybe not the. It didn't actually.
Well, it helped though, right? It kept her alive in that scenario, right? If she used it earlier, she wouldn't have been able to do quite the same damage.
See, what do I know? I'm just a silly caster and a coach. So we don't talk about that part. I'm just a caster right now. I'm just a man yelling about League of Legends.
Oh man, I mean, but that's like the best way you could be spending your time as a man, I think. As another man who yells about League of Legends.
I'd be like, either watching the game, or like playing on my Switch, or doing something else right now. But they're at least like having fun here watching these games. Definitely been an interesting one so far. I haven't expected Nuclear to have this much of an impact in the early game, but they definitely need to continue it.
It's definitely felt like continuous improvement performance. As you see Elling finding a great charm onto Nico. Pushing forward the fight though is Inari. They want to get more back. Josh Kang doesn't be going down. Now you have a two-man fate sealed onto that Ahri. They're going to get a double kill for this Rumble. They're chasing Shush down. It's the one going over to this Yone. And as quickly as this gang was building for Nuclear Vikings, I think it has fallen down. 3k gold lead for Inari as he will take this mid turret with that Herald. And yeah, 17 minutes in the game, it's not over, but boy, those gold leads have drastically changed.
That's the problem with having all your kills on the Lee Sin, is that if you build him for damage and he gets instantly blown up, then your damage is lacking a great deal on team. Now you can tankiness, but then you're still lacking damage. It's why it's so important to get your kills onto some of these other carries. But I will say though, the play that I think is really important to highlight is the fact that Nat did kind of save that play, because he got, I don't know how many people with the Rift Herald, but he knocked up like 3. He spawned it, got in it, knocked up like 3 people, and I think that just helped Inari get this play done, because it was just more knowledge for them. Got them all kind of in the same spot. Really, and as you saw there, really easy for the Yone and the Rumble just to chase them down and get the extra kills. Yeah,
it was once again a nice, admirable attempt, but I feel like it's done with just too little information as to where everyone else is on the map, and also for what purpose, because Elling blew a lot to get that kill. I mean, not a lot, but just the Spirit Rush and everything, and the team was backing them up, and it wouldn't have really moved the needle much in the match. Like, you get the kill and you get out, and boom, what? Right. You get another 220, 50, maybe 250 gold if you're lucky. It's just, I think it's just like a decision-making issue, but regardless, Nuclear Vikings, they got to try and find a way to get towards some of these shutdowns. I mean, Sakura's been able to stay alive for so long. We see the same thing from no one, sitting on that 350 gold bounty. So I think these are the targets that Josh can start trying to prioritize.
I really like how you say Sakura, like you really emphasize it, where I just say Sakura, like a silly Sakura, like a silly American.
No, we're both American here, man.
Yeah, we are. No, you're no, I'm just, but I'm a white man. I gotta say everything. Like, that's the stereotype.
Yeah.
I gotta say Sakura.
Sakura. Yeah.
Even though I'm not even in America, so I shouldn't even be saying all that.
No. You gotta keep that with you. You gotta bring that culture with you. You know what I'm saying?
That won't get me in trouble at all. Finally got a play going on here. Oh, Scooby's in a bad position.
Yeah, Scooby, that is certainly a bad position. I think they can call that position a whole lot of things. Bad is one of them. Gonna go down 0-3 now. Fate Sealed being used, and not gonna really get anything, but it's just more kills. At this point in the game, everyone has a bounty. They're all sharing the love, kind of opposite of what Nuclear Vikings was doing for the first 15 minutes. And they're just gonna walk on over and start up the Baron.
I'm actually really impressed with what Inari just did there. They knew that some people were near. They knew that I think Telling and maybe Josh Kang were right in the area, but they didn't have all of the vision. They knew that there was plenty of spots there where if they kept chasing, it could have been really easy for Nuclear to kind of make the retaliation play under a turret. So they stayed patient. They knew that they got topside pressure. They knew that Scooby was down. Then they made a really easy Baron call. And unless Josh King is crazy, this shouldn't be a Baron going over.
I mean, this is the best case scenario for him. They're going over the wall just now, but it's so thin. He's in the pit. 2K on the Baron, but he just gets bursted. Elling trying to get one kill in return. Avenge his fallen teammate. It will not happen. The patience from Inari is stellar, and they will win that fight. Maybe lose that ADC. Shush TP into the back. We'll get a shutdown on the exit there, but regardless, it's a Baron in the pocket of Inari.
Yeah, that's the thing that's tough about steals, is that especially when it comes to Barons, we've all kind of figured out how to deal with people trying to steal Baron. It's obviously like a play you want to try to make, but I think people do it wrong in some elos where you just kind of hover around and think that people aren't going to deal with you. You know, in competitive play, even at this level, people are going to see that somebody's trying to steal Baron and then just, you know, take the fight to them, kill them, or just get them out of the fight. You almost kind of do it where you got to like get lucky, where you time it right, you walk into vision, and then you just keep going forward and steal. You want to give them no time to react.
Hey, I don't need to be like a coordinated effort from the team, or you just get like, you get the craziest timing possible, like from out of vision over the wall.
Yon.
Fate's gonna be used. Spirit Dash just to get away. 0-4 on that recon, unfortunately. Pop both the flash and the heal too. Just so unfortunate. Big summoner spells being used there as Haggleball is just without a support, Elling nearby, but no ultimate. Forced to back up this turret until he can clear that wave. So we've amassed, or not we, but Inari, through their hard effort, have amassed themselves nearly a 5k gold lead, sitting around 3.54. You have Nuclear Vikings looking to even that up, going for Oku. They do indeed get the Dragon Kit, delays him a little bit, but Nat's on the way. He's so tanky. Rumble is not taking any damage, and Ellie and Josh Kang will go down in the end. It's a double kill for the Rumble, and oh, it's so sad to see.
Yeah, the shielding from the W on Rumble, the plated steel caps, the health that both the Leandries and the extra haunting guys is going to give you. This is the part where Rumble is so unbelievably strong. It's just hard to deal with. That seems like probably the last kind of, as we say, the last horse crossing the finish line.
The last hurrah.
The last hurrah, the nail in the coffin. It seems like it's going to be really tough for anything to happen with Nuclear Vikings. They could get some like insane picks, but from what I've seen from Inari, they're pretty good about closing things out.
Yeah, I mean, and we were talking, right? What needed to occur, which did for the first half, was an early game lead from Josh Kang. The problem that occurred was they weren't able to convert it, which is kind of has seemed to be the recurring issue. We see right now a fight going on. Sakura gets the charm across, and Nuclear Vikings looking to prove everything wrong, trying to engage onto this MF. They will indeed get the kill. Nat gonna go down as well. You have Ellie showing up a little bit late, but right on time. In the end, ends up getting a kill onto Sakura. 3 shutdowns going on over to Nuclear Vikings, and they will close the gap just a little bit more.
Okay, that's quite the play. I'm actually a little bit surprised on the side of Inari that they didn't cut the TP from the Yon to help out in that fight. They were clearly in a 4v5 scenario, so it was clearly a play that Nuclear Vikings was going to want to make. But I think at the same time, it was just what they could do. The Varus flash helped them out a ton, kept the Varus alive, kept him doing some damage, made the MF ult a little bit obsolete, but now they're just trying to finish off no one as well.
Yeah, no one. Wonderfully done to get away there, making use of the flash and that knock up to with the faded field. Now gonna have to walk into these bushes, but he's just being chased. It's a 5v1, and I don't think Yone wins those, although he is doing an honorable job. He's dodging and weaving, bobbing. Not gonna be enough, though. Indeed, it will be the shutdown, but he buys time for the team to make it back to this Drake.
Yeah, they just needed to kill him. That was one of those plays where it's like, oh, you take the kill, or we need the gold on you or you. It's like in that scenario, you just got to get it. This could actually be really tough. I mean, if Nat gets the steal, which they could, depending if he gets a good flank.
Just wait on some ultimate cooldowns. Look at MF Ultimate's almost up, and so is Seraphine. They just need a couple more seconds. I'm sure that's exactly what they're waiting on. As they do, indeed, let it pop. Only times one, though. MF onto Scooby will confirm that kill. 4v4 now. Oku's out of the fight, though. And in the end, the Drake will go on over to Josh Kang. They will throw away their top laner for it, but they'll take the stall if they can get it.
Yeah, this is an interesting play. I don't know how things are going to play out from now. I mean, I still think that Nuclear Vikings have a very big hill to climb, but they were doing pretty good from there. They were listening to my commentary and were like, you know what, Frisky, we're tired of your American ass. We're going to actually do something. And they did.
Yeah.
They got some more plays on the map. They got that 4v5. They got the Yone of no one out of the play, even though it was a 4v5. Inari tried to still do something, maybe a little bit hastily. That's kind of what cost them. They got a kill from it, but Josh Kang, getting out with the dragon, it's going to help them a lot. It's going to be a little bit harder to kill them now. But now, what else can happen? I mean, when's Baron? Baron is in less than a minute. My screen was covering it. Had to move.
Oh, all good. I should have told you.
Yeah, exactly. You never know. Less than a minute. That's going to be kind of the probably deciding play. If Nuclear Vikings either lose the fight here or can't really hold on to it, especially how the turrets are looking pushing into Nuclear Vikings base, is going to be hard. They pick on the start.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
To harp on what you were saying before, it's Nuclear Vikings' game to win, and it's Inari's game to lose, for sure. I think the last plays have been a result of maybe just some underestimation of what Nuclear Vikings are willing to do, or in terms of for finding these plays, and some good macro movements. But it's because Inari kind of maybe they got a little bit too gaudy with the leads that they were securing. But regardless of that, now they've established a nice control of vision near this Baron. They're gonna go walk down to protect this turret. All in all, they still have the gold lead. They still have item advantages. They are the ones who really can just pull the trigger and are the ones who need to close out this game. It's on Nuclear Vikings to wait for them to make a mistake and wait for the right time for Josh Kang to maybe find a wonderful kick as he's looking for right now.
Yeah, all they got to really do is push out these hold this north quadrant of the jungle. I think Nuclear Vikings are also just kind of waiting. Maybe they get a little too aggressive. Maybe they can get a catch. But nothing happening yet.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, not much on this bush. Yeah, they got the RTP, but is Scooby caught out?
Yeah, gonna pop the grand entrance there, just the quick, excuse me, to just buy some time. And Josh Kang tries to help out, just gets blown up in the process. You have Ellen going over the wall, and they're just so scattered. They don't have a single target to go on, and they can't come together as a team. In the end, it'll be Inari picking them apart one by one, and they're just ignoring Shush.
Yeah, it's just the old let the Gnar run around, but that's going to be the end of the game. I mean, the death timers are going to be a little too long. Everybody just went down. Josh Kang tried to make the play, but really needed the rest of his team to be on the back. They unfortunately got caught out because of the vision control of Inari. I will say a good effort from Nuclear Vikings, better than I expected in the mid-game.
Certainly.
But it seems like that Inari just going to finish this one out quick.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like they had the momentum for a while there. They had some nice, winning fights, like you said, in the mid game. I was surprised in this most recent fight earlier that they didn't. There was a moment because no one didn't have flash on Yone, and so Eileen threw out the charm. I'm surprised they didn't just spirit dash forward or flash forward. I don't know. They're not tracking as adequately as they should be, but it felt like they had their opportunity, and then they just kind of let it slip out their fingers, and they couldn't find one again.
Actually, this is an interesting scenario. I might have called the end of the game a little because Nat's not at the Baron yet. I mean, it's still true. I mean, I'm trying to say anything can happen. I'm trying to keep everyone involved, and things will still happen, folks. The king Josh Kang could become the king in this game and make a crazy play. I mean, you have the Rabadons on Ahri now, so she's going to still be doing some damage. Ahri's an extremely strong champ. Oh, that was kind of a bad charm. I thought you could have packed out Oku there. Could have got everyone. It's tough. I mean, they're pushing out this mid wave. I think they honestly, they just got to get on Baron. They got to get on Baron or try to do something like they're doing now.
Flip it.
Kind of
Flip the burger.
Yeah, just flip the burger, make a good old classic burger flip.
Nothing like the Americans to bring up flipping the burgers, right? On
Exactly,
broadcast.
I'm even living in Hamburg right now, so it's like
No way, really?
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
That's awesome.
Perfect. The hamburgers have to be talked about. Yeah, and Ari just pushing in, trying to force something out of Nuclear Vikings. They're gonna have to make a play at some.
I mean, I like the movement here, you know, like Nuclear Vikings, they call their bluff. They're like, you guys are not going to do that there, and we're just going to go take your turret. And they just find Elling, 2-man charm on the bottom of the map. They were able to secure Scooby as well. Oh, maybe not dashing away, quickness being used, but it's just Nico flashing forward. He gets the double, give the man his triple. Now he's going to walk away. That's all right, Shoosh. Gonna just be able to narrowly get away, not trying to chase them down. Triple kill for the MF in the end. They're going to go ahead and push these turrets. The Shoosh just buying as much time as possible.
Well, he's giving the thumbs up. I mean, hopefully that's a good thumbs up. They're like, hey, you had a good game, Shush, but unfortunately, Inari gets the win.
Yeah. In the end, it will be Inari going up 1-0. You know, just a best of 2, so 1 game left in the series, and Nuclear Vikings will be looking to tie it up if possible. But a strong showing from Inari. There was some moments where they weren't doing so hot, and despite, you know, taking all those losses early in the game, they were still able to maintain some, you know, like maintain a leveled out gold lead, which I thought was really impressive. You know, they went down 5 kills to the Lee Sin, and then they got 3 of their own, but still overall, just being able to weather the storm and then execute the draft in later halves of the game, just really well done by them.
Yeah, it was an evenly fought game from Nuclear Vikings. They still tried to go with this Lee Sin comp. He got some early kills like usual.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've seen a lot of games with these Josh King, Lee Sin. In my opinion, not saying like any of them are bad. I'm just saying that I think it's probably time to try something different. This comp has not gotten them a win yet. I think they got to probably look for some other ways to either get some gold onto the other people on Nuclear Vikings with the Lee Sin, or just take another champion that Josh King can be aggressive with in the early game. Use that to kind of help to facilitate the lanes more. I think they need to change something up for game 2, but we'll see what they do.
It's just so hard to 1v9, you know? Even if you got those leads, the amount of, like, the level of play and, like, execution you need to have consistently throughout the game, so much effort for just, like, little reward when other champions just do like, the same things for way less effort, right? It's just an unfortunate state of the champion.
Yeah, I think so. So I think we got to go to the cast, or not the casters, the commentators now. Or we're the commentators. See, I can't even say it right.
Desk.
The analyst desk. Yeah, I can't wait for Rob to call me out on that one. Yeah, we got to go to the desk, see what they think now.
All right, thank you. Go.
Well, I mean, also not being allowed to finish his thought there, I suppose. But we are back indeed with the desk. We kind of called it, I think, Rob. This competition was just going to be hard for Nuclear Vikings to execute.
Oh, Robert!
I did the thing. I did the thing where you forget to unmute. I'm such an unprofessional person. No. So I think Josh Kang played quite well. He did his job early on. He's tried to stabilize, you know, the lanes, which I think we all were a bit concerned about some of the laning phase. And overall, he had a pretty decent early go of it as the Lee Sin. I do think maybe he didn't play exactly to where we want to be seeing. When you're playing like this Ari plus the Varus, he was mostly strong siding the Gnar. That doesn't feel so good when, you know, your bot lane is going down, you know, the tower being destroyed at 12 minutes. They managed to make one comeback fight in the top side, but overall I think Inari just had an easier to execute draft. And Nat had a really good game on the Jarvan. Nico had a really good game on the MF. And it just looked pretty difficult for Nuclear Vikings to play.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what happened.
Yeah, the early game seemed decent, as you said. Josh Kang got all the kills. But when it came to more structured team fighting, that became rather difficult. Here we are, a little bit at the 10 minutes. I'm going to leave this one with you. I feel like this is important to you.
This is important to me. I mean, it's a Seraphine kill, so I'm always going to be happy. But I mean, we miss this at the moment because we're looking at kill up on top side. But it's just the exact thing we're talking about, having a layering of ults on that bot side that everyone just wins. I mean, you press R, and you do just get the picks. You get enough damage. It's it's safe, it's sound, it works, and obviously, I don't think anyone in Inari is going to complain with that one. I mean, you invest, you get a pick, you're happy, you move on, you outscale them from there.
Pretty much.
I'm a little bit disappointed, to be honest, about them walking back in there. I think
Yeah, I mean, it was
one
a
of
bit
the
of a
things I
silly
will
play.
say is, at least Josh did a lot, and maybe he's going to be a bit mad in the behind the scenes of his team because he did have such a good early game. However, I think there's a certain aspect of like, if you're playing again Varus Ari, you're looking at like these kind of lanes. You're not looking at playing for the Gnar. You're looking at, let's play through mid. Let's shut down the Yone, which they did early. Like they got that third early kill. Let's push in mid, and then let's look to roam and maybe make a play on the bot side and just play as a pick comp, which is what we've got. We've got a pick comp with Varus Ari, Lee Sin, Rakan, and let's just make picks and not let them grow, group together as 5. And in the end, they did the sort of Nuclear Vikings thing, which they need to break the habit of, which is not doing anything, like not like actively pushing their tempo, and just sort of sitting there and waiting for stuff to happen around them and then reacting to what the enemy team are doing. You can't play a proactive pick comp reactively. It doesn't work.
No. And I think perhaps being punished a little bit by that lack of proactivity, we saw a couple of big fights towards the top side where a lot of key abilities just didn't hit. It felt like the predictions that they were trying to predict what Inari were doing, when sometimes firing a bullet straight at your opponent's face is just going to do the job. This, we are actually looking towards the end of the game, though, Rob. This is the big slow march towards Inari's win.
Yeah, you could. You guys didn't hear me because my Discord crashed. I was saying they're going to die in about 20 seconds here because you can see Inari just go, well, we're just going to push for your base. We're going to get fast track onto.
We don't think you're going to do Baron
into there. You're not going to do Baron on us because we just don't think you will. We can just run down the base faster than you're going to be doing it. Nuclear Vikings realise their bluff has been called. And they end up walking in, and I think this is a very sad ending to the game where they did have a few comeback kills, a few comeback fights, and Elling just gets caught here by the Seraphine, and that's all she wrote. Instantly destroyed, exactly at 30 minutes, and just then it's just one after the other. There's no real way of playing the fights anymore. Don't have the RE charm or her damage, and you just get taken down one by one. They didn't even really do a wombo combo really in this. It was just them hitting with their wallets. And going into game 2, I want to see Nuclear Vikings. If you're going to take it to Inari have shown on 4 champions that are comfort for them, by the way. The Rumble is comfort for Oku, Nat's very good Jarvan, there's Yone in the mid lane for no one's very good, and we know that Sakura has a really good Seraphine, one of their most played as well. They need to bring comfort that also is cohesive into a team fight, because I think Inari will just play a similar comp again, even if you ban it out, they'll pick something roughly similar, and they're just going to smack you around 5v5. And I don't think you've got the communication structures in place to play a more complicated pick comp. I think you should go for 5v5. Go for some heavy engage coming out from Scooby. Look for like a Xin Zhao maybe for Josh Kang and go from there. Because otherwise, I think it's going to be a 2-0 and a pretty quick one at that.
If that were to happen, then Avi, what does the Nuclear Vikings team comp? We've heard the suggestion of the Xin Zhao. What does it need to look like beyond that? Would you say?
It needs to be as simple as possible, I think. I mean, Robbie, you mentioned...
Inari showed the virtue of a simple team comp.
Yeah, exactly. You press R 5 times and you just win. Who can press the most ults, you win that fight. I think you mentioned, Rob, they tried to play a little bit too advanced, but they didn't... I'm trying to find the words to describe it, because it was really... The only way I can put it is it was strange to watch, where they made some really aggressive advanced plays, but they didn't need to make those plays. And then when they needed to, they waited. So I think what you need to find off first and foremost, how are you playing this simple? Pick one strategy, pick one idea, and you have to stick to that. Play as simple as possible. Otherwise, you're just going to confuse yourself, confuse the rest of the team, and you're not going to be able to get any of the value you actually want to get almost. It's weird because you see all these ideas and none of the execution because it's just too complicated in your own head. Slow it down. Bring it back to simple. Or if you do want to make those advanced plays, you have to fully commit to it. Pick one, pick a lane, stick to it, and hopefully we see something better in game 2.
It's a UKL comp time. It's tank top, it's AD Bruiser jungle, it's mage mid, it's hyper carry ADC, and it's playing an engage Brexit support in the bot lane. I think it's time to bring it back to Rule Britannia. It's time to bring it back to a very simple front to back team fighting composition, because I think if that fundamentally is going to be too difficult to play into even a team like Inari, who are very good. Let's give Inari their flowers. I think we're talking about Nuclear Vikings a bit too much. Let's just talk a bit about Inari. Here, they showed the ability to play a very easy execute wombo comp. Other than, Josh Kang kind of pulling them apart a little bit in the early game, in general, bot laning with Nico and Sakura are very, very good. If you look at what Nat was doing, he was able to get active on the map enough early on, and even though his solo lanes kind of struggled a bit with the pressure from the Lee Sin, they survived weathered the storm and just came together in a 5-5. Just look towards that. I think that there's an aspect here of there's certain comfort for us. How do you bring those champions together? Sometimes someone has to make a sacrifice in terms of their champ pool and picking something that maybe is less in their wheelhouse, but more playing towards a composition. I know why Josh Kang wants Lee Sin. I completely get it, because you say, screw it, pick me this, I'm going to run the map. But I think that then, if you're going to pick the Lee Sin, I'm fine with that. But then you're playing like a Na and an Ari, which Ari obviously good into Yone, I get that. But you're kind of then making the rest of the game harder for you to play. Lee Sin got you these leads, you couldn't do anything with it. You've got to do something if you manage to pick up those kills early on. If that is a Xin Zhao, or you've got a mage mid who picks up the kills, you're suddenly feeling a lot more... I say a mage, obviously Ari's a mage, but I mean as in it's a Zir, or it's a Rise, or it's a Talia. You're feeling a little bit more confident in the ability to play out simpler team fights front to back than you are in playing a pick comp. Just keep it simple, stupid, Kiss. Make sure you are not running before you can walk.
Well, Nuclear Vikings back in the locker room discussing their plans for game number 2. We're going to take a little break. As they do so, we will return in due time, ready for the second draft. You do not want to miss it. More Four Nations action coming up. Welcome back, everybody. Nice quick turnaround, as I am told that the teams are pretty much ready for draft. So let's recap. Avi, Rob, game number 2, Nuclear Vikings. We want simplicity. We want just a standard composition, and we want a good old Brexit support for Scooby.
Please, simple.
Yes.
Don't try and be special. Just try and slow it down. I mean, we've seen them try and do some more advanced plays. It doesn't work. It doesn't work for them if they're trying to play this complicated style. Slow it down, play it simple. That's what we need from them.
And we all know what Brexit means, and so it means picking Nautilus and Rel and sucking up the laning phase.
Yeah,
so
it's a very British stereotype to say that, though,
you know, I think for Inari, on the other hand, I think you kind of have shown it's not a flex the muscles. You picked a lot of comfort in that previous game, and you've smacked them around a bit. So I think here we saw the Bandits do that in previous games. I think it's something Inari can do here if they want to. They can bring out some less orthodox picks to really show what they are also able to play. I know Nat can play Jarvan, by the way. I've seen this guy play it enough. I know Oku has a Rumble and a Cassante and a Scion. I wonder if there's anything else in their tank, because I'd love to be able to see some more, again, some unorthodox picks coming out of them to sort of flex that kind of champ pool muscle, so to speak. That's what I'm looking for in Inari, because that's what I'm seeing going into some of the later stages of a tournament where you go into the best of 5s. You're going to have a deeper champ pool. So I want to see them. Yeah, best of 1s are great. Get those scores on the doors. I think you're guaranteed playoffs anyway, kind of at this point with your score. But make sure that you can get those best of 5s down.
How much do you subscribe, Rob, to the notion of holding those picks close to the chest, though? Because
I think it depends on what picks they are.
Yeah.
I think, like, if you're going to show me instead of Jarvan, you're going to show me Wukong, I don't really think that really matters. But I think, obviously, if it's something really special, then, yeah, you could kind of hide that. I think it's also important to remember that when you are in those best of series, like, showing it can sometimes be as important as not showing it, right? Because if you show it, people have to keep that in the back of their mind and go, this is a possibility, they could bring this out. If we pick this draft, is this good into this? Oh, it is, we might have to consider that, so we can't pick this. Like, there's a lot of mind games that go into draft prep at that point.
Hey,
we are obviously in the draft, but it's not surprising. The bans are pretty much the same. The bans are going to be the same despite the side swap, because it's mostly comfort bans against each team.
Never mind. Triple ban against Elling.
They don't like him. They hate the Danish man in the mid lane. They hate him.
Whoa. We don't hate anyone on UKL 4 Nations.
Well,
I mean, they can't hate him that much. The Ari's come through again.
Straight up, I mean, Elling did fine on it. I needed to hit a couple more charms, but apart from that, it was a perfectly fine showing. It did do very well in the early game into no one's Yone.
It's dissuades Yone here. It is a matchup which is generally Ari favoured, or people prefer Ari into it, so it does dissuade the Yone. I don't, again, think it was like, I didn't like the Ari. I think you can play Ari within a front-to-back team fighting composition with those resets. I just think there's a lot of single-target CC they had to hit in that previous game, and if it goes awry, you're not killing anyone. And so it's fine to pick it up as long as they bring a bit of AoE later. Mundo, on the other hand, is a very scary champion. Currently possibly a flex, most likely in the jungle, it's going to go. And that dissuades quite a lot. Like, it's just a very solid champion at the moment in terms of the meta. It's pretty good into most of the meta picks. It scales nicely, hits level 11, and then can't die. And I think if Nuclear Vikings go for a pick comp, they better. There's two very tanky. Please don't even try a pick comp now. There's two very tanky men on the other side.
I was talking about ham last game. Now they're bringing out the beef.
Lots of it. Chonky men is the front line of the day for Inari. Two chonky, ugly men.
I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting to wake up this morning and get on a broadcast and hear my good friend Rob say big, chunky men on a broadcast. But you know what? I do rate it as the Kayn. Okay.
I mean...
Red Kayn, fair enough.
Rust does test
would be good
high
here.
health pools quite nicely.
I do like this.
You were saying, I want to throw it all the way back to the early seconds of the show. You were saying, see Josh Kang on some of these more carry-oriented picks. I think Kayn very much fits that bill.
Counts as Navy Bruiser.
Yeah. No, I'll give you that. I tell you what, I am friends with so many different Kayn mains, so they're going to be ecstatic to hear about this. But
Cho as well.
You have to be very careful with how you play this, I think. You've got to find the value from just getting the chip damage through, otherwise...
No one's Mel. Ooh.
You're in a bit of an issue here. I do like the Mel, though.
I was like, I saw 26-3 come out, I was like, alright, well, I guess we won't be seeing Mel's, and then Beartree was like, allow me to introduce myself. And no one seemingly
That's always
following his
good.
example.
The matchup's really hard for Ari. You've got one thing to reflect, and then if it hits you, you die if you're Ari. Mel's damage end up being very front-loaded now with the changes to her Q. So there is and she does do with the burst, with like a Ludens into Shadow Flame, a very high level of burst. So it is good into the RE as the Reflect does, and if you catch out Kane, you can even blow him up even if he is one of the tankier red Kane. I don't mind what Nuclear Vikings brought out. Cho'Gath is pretty good into Scion. It means that you've got a tank in the top lane that can kind of stabilise any kind of team fight. You're no longer playing these weird in and out kind of team fights. You are going to be a bit more front to back. And now the bans, I mean, it makes a lot of sense to get rid of the Sivir. If you are an RE, make sure that that's not available. Unless if they weren't thinking about picking it themselves on 4, then it's fine to take it away. The Seraphine makes a lot of sense as well. Don't forget, if you put like an Ashe Seraphine there and you just play a sort of a Death Ball composition, I don't really see how you're breaking that down at the moment if you are the Nuclear Vikings. So taking that kind of, like Karma here is another ban would be a great example, right? Because you've already got a lot of, as I said, chunky men in the front line. You don't want to make them any more chunky with the Mantra E. So I would see that as a possible ban here if you are the Nuclear Vikings. There's also possibly like an Ashe or like a utility AD carry. Like Varus, for example, has gone completely through the draft at the moment. That's going to be available for Nico on 4 if he wants it.
Yeah.
Well, indeed. The Ashe was banned in game number 1, not taken away this time around. It could be an angle for Hagabosh if he wishes. And yeah, if we maybe see something like the Varus on this R4 pick for Nico. Instead, I mean, Nico could just say bet, and I mean, another piece of long-range crowd control, like arrow into Unstoppable Onslaught. That's something.
Yeah, I mean, Rob, you're mentioning having a bit of a death ball by getting rid of the Seraphine, but I mean, there's still a lot of death ball potential you have with that Ashe. You just try and get a slowdown, try and get as many stuns up and disrupt them as much as possible, and that'll get the rest of your front line in. It's pretty safe from them, I like it as well.
I mean,
Zaya,
Zaya's fine
don't
into
talk about
Ashe.
hoppers. Zaya has received buffs, but I think still not particularly
Buffs.
favoured.
Not the
Right.
greatest, but still
Maybe.
alright.
Oh, baby, it's a Brexit comp. Come on, give me that engaged support. It's a Brexit comp, baby. We're bringing it back. They're going to go... If they go Karma here, I will cry. But it is actually not that bad. I actually am
I
a bit
kind of
concerned
want to
if
see a
there's...
Karma now, just because I want to see that happen. I'm sorry.
I'm a bit worried about them going Karma on R5.
This is truly Four Nations desk energy.
Oh,
a little-
absolutely. But we're all just playing on Rob.
I'm a little bit... Yes! Yes! Brexit engaged support. Let's go! Yes! They're bringing it
There
back
we
to
go.
the OG. You've got the tank top, the
Oh my
AD bruiser. You've got...
God.
Oh, he's enough of a mage in the mid lane. And then you've got the hyper carry with the
Is
tank
Shush actually going to
support.
build Cho tank though? Like, we're
Oh,
gonna
he's got
see
to
some,
in
like,
this
should.
game. He's
You have
against
to.
Scion. If he doesn't, Coach Brody and Coach Heike can go take that German man and behind the scenes, because you're not going Heartsteel this game. There is no
That's-
universe
yeah, fair.
you're going AP Cho'Gath.
Yeah, it would be a bit silly.
It's in Mel support. Hold on.
I don't
Guys-
like this.
Why would we go...
Mel, I'm a very bad support. I've tried Mel support. It was not good. I can't tell if that was just a skill
mean,
issue.
I think I've had a lot of issues with Mel support personally, but obviously I'm bronze, so
Also,
take it as
Mel
you
into
will.
Leona. That's not.
Why did you just pick Mel in... Why did you just...
I don't-
Leona is the counter to Mel, by the way.
I was just
Yeah, it's
thinking
like
that as well.
okay.
'cause-
You're gonna
just
you're gonna
get
reflect
jumped
my
on.
Zenith Blade. Thanks.
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. It's weird.
In before we see like the new tech, Syndra support.
In before we see
Or
Ashe support, Syndra ADC,
Ash support
like,
with like Syndra
Syndra-
bot carry
Syndra
or Mel
carry?
bot
We're going,
carry.
look,
Possible.
okay. I normally am the one who goes far too deep into the source speculating here. It's hard for us to really.
I love. I
Lock
can't
that
wait to see
one
what
in.
draft what they decide to bring up on the bottom
I
here
think
for
that'd
where
be
the champions
fantastic.
are going. It's Mel support apparently, according to
Yep,
production
Ash
behind
Mel.
the scenes.
I mean, we'll find out.
A bit surprising. I mean, who knows? Maybe he goes full tank and engages himself. Who knows? He throws himself in there off the Zenith Blade. It
That
is a
would be
bit
quite
surprising
funny.
to see, but it is a champion that, again, as a support, can bring a lot of damage. I'm interested to see how they play this out, actually, because I was prepared for them to go for a Karma or to go for, like, Alistair, Braum sort of counter engage here and then sort of really shore up the ball. Here they've gone more towards, like,
would've liked
showing. They've
Braum.
done the kind of thing I said, showing that they have a bit more in the back pocket with the Mel support. intrigued to see how this one plays out, because again, most people classically think Leona is the pick into Mel, because Mel couldn't throws herself in off the
Yeah.
Zenith plane if she reflects
I
it.
I would need to track a little bit more what Sakura's picks have been, because it may be that they just prefer the Enchanter, now Mel, sort of poke magey champions rather than the out and out engage. I will recount us to the fact that we did speculate a 2-0, all three of us, for Inari here. Does this Nuclear Vikings comp, Avi, change your mind at all?
The Nuclear Vikings comp gives me hope. I think it is a lot simpler. It's a lot more front to back. I like it a lot. This is what we wanted. We said simple. We said straightforward. Rob said Brexit, so I'm not going to say all too much
Well,
there.
I mean,
but
what's the actual verdict?
the actual verdict is it's simple, it's effective. On paper, I really like the Vikings comp here, but it's the bit of mystery, I suppose, with Inari as well. I mean, the entire bot side, I say bot side, bot mid jungle, bottom jungle. I'm losing it. Bot and mid, they can
Rob,
switch
quick.
up in any direction, which is crazy. So yes, Rob, quick, go before I keep talking forever.
Scooby and the gang, as we again have decided to call them, the Mystery
have.
Inc. Incorporated.
Mystery Incorporated.
I think, despite them picking, a comp that 52% of people would say yes to, I just think that Inari with nameplates on are just going to be a better team on the day. I think that they, if I was going through like comp versus comp, I actually quite like what Nuclear Vikings have drafted. I think Kane has got a really good game. I think Josh Kane can have a really good game on Kane here, for example, if he isn't pushed out the game early. Once he gets red, Kane could be really strong. However, I just think Inari has shown a little bit more coordination. They've got Syndra Ash for pick, so if the Nuclear Vikings misstep, which they regularly do, there's an easy way to sort of play around that. I think Inari have got a lot of tools for them to be able to rip apart the Brexit comp, and I think
There's
it's going to be Inari go 2-0.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
if
ifs.
nameplates off, I think this would be pretty close, but I am angling towards Inari with nameplates on.
I'll give you that.
Righto. Well, that being said, I think we're 3 for 3 on speculating the 2-0 Inari here. I know somebody on the caster desk is at least hoping that the Nuclear Vikings will bring this game back. What do we think about that, guys?
I love the little mini call out. Yeah, Nuclear Vikings. I look, going into today, I was like 1-1. I know Inari, they seem strong. Everyone else at 2-0, but I felt something in me. Something in me told me the Nuclear Vikings have learned from the past, and they're going to continue growing. And in this second match, I have more spirit for them. I frankly like the most support. It's interesting, and I think if piloted well, it's very annoying and hard to touch. Like, for the lane, initially, it won't be achieving much, yes, but I think as the game progresses, if Nuclear Vikings can gain leads elsewhere, as Josh Kang typically does, and this time round, the bot lane can survive a little bit better, I think that it makes for a very hard to reach comp. Now, I'm just realizing that I have the draft backwards, that the Mel is for Inari, and this is quickly changing my perspective of the draft. I'm going to go ahead and let Frisky take over now and give me your perspective.
See, the whole time, I've just been trying to figure out what my perspective even is. Because Mel support is like something I mess around with to like make like lower tier players like mad because I reflect everything and I just take all the kills from my ADC. I mean, maybe Scooby wants to do the same here. The tough part is that I think the whole point of Inari's draft is to kind of, what even is their point? I mean, part of the point was just like to get really tanky so that Josh Kang couldn't like instantly go and execute anyone, regardless of who he took. Same with kind of stopping the Ari pick. But
Yeah.
the Mel support just makes things, I mean, it does okay in the lane. I mean, you can kind of get some poke off. It will be a bit scary if Leona gets on top of the Ashe. Won't make it easy. I just wonder where Inari's damage is going to come in. Like, Ashe does not have the best, I mean, she kind of scales into the late game, but she's not going to be as effective as other ADCs, especially not the Jinx. The Mel, it depends on how you build her. If she ends up getting a lot of the kills, then it can, she can probably start doing a lot of damage in the late game. But the whole thing is that if the Mel or the Syndra end up being main damage dealers, Nuclear Vikings have such an easy way to build. They just build a great deal of magic resist. They build the Merc Treads. they don't really have to deal with the true damage too much of the Mundo or the Scion. I think it could be really hard for play them if Nuclear Vikings actually get the lead. I agree with Rob. Did I just say that I agree with Rob? I never thought I'd say that before. But I do agree with Rob that it's very Brexit ball based, and then also with the name tag on, I still probably would give it to Inari. I just really wonder what this Kane's going to do, because I mean, not really famously, but I guess I'll make it famously now. I hate Kane as a champion. I think it's a useless, just like non-existent champion. It doesn't have the damage. It doesn't have...
That's wonderful.
I don't think either way, either if you go super assassin build or even if you go tankier build, I think there's just so many... I think people play too selfishly. I think if Josh King actually goes red and tries to facilitate with the W, then maybe I can see something, but I just do not think the champion either has the tools / the CC to do enough, nor does it have the damage to execute. And going blue build here would really just be going in to like execute the Mel instantly, which could maybe work, but it could be like the Lee Sin play where he gets blown up instantly. So that's the thing about this game, a lot of variables, a lot of things could change quickly. We don't really know where things are going to go, which means you guys don't know where things are going to go, and that's all the more exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta say though, I mean, admittedly, I still like the Mel, even though it's not on the team that I initially thought it was. I think overall, like, I mean, just looking at this now, it's pretty hard to play. Yes, it's gonna change when we start getting some more levels. But the point being is that Nuclear Vikings, I feel like the way that they need to play the fights later on and to actually reach these targets, as you were saying, like if you have a blue Kane, you know, I could see it becoming a little bit easier, but with a red Kane, if the spot positioning correctly, it's going to be so hard. And we've seen that Nico and Sakura, you know, they've been able to do shown us quite a lot of kiting, quite a lot of fancy movements, and overall good understanding of where to be in fights. And so, you know, I'm hopeful for their draft. But I'm hopeful for Nuclear Vikings as a team, because I really want them to go 1-1.
Well, we always do love getting their prediction right. I mean, I saw Inari at 2-0. I mean, a lot could happen. I mean, certainly you got the very, you know, range-heavy bot lane of Inari taking care of the Jinx Leona right now. They, you know, Leona needs a couple levels to obviously get all her abilities into do her combo, get a little bit tankier. So it's probably going to be a situation where Nuclear Vikings have to kind of tank a couple waves, let it go under turret, recall, get a couple items, come back. The Leona a little bit tankier, they can probably take some trades.
Yeah, no one just slamming Ellen here in the mid lane. Yeah, 21 CS to 10. Those health bars, I think, tell the tale of that, and just getting a nice early lead. Is this going to be the nature of this lane, or is this just I wonder what occurred for this to be the situation 2 minutes and 45 seconds in.
Well, I think the main problem is that Ahri doesn't have the damage yet to kind of wave clear with her Q. She needs to be kind of closer to the minions. Obviously, with the Foxfire W, it's going to be needing her to be closer as well. Or do I even say anything? Or Scooby's got a flash. Close there.
Just a nice, easy flash, just for walking down there. Mundo goes where he pleases and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, goes where he pleases, gets a flash, walks on back to get the stuff. But yeah, I think just the fact that Syndra has a little bit more range, she, you know, her mana is early on isn't as costly as maybe Ahri's is, so I think she can kind of spam her Qs, her balls a little bit more onto the Ahri. I think that's kind of what makes it really easy to push her out. This Mundo keeps hovering, which makes sense. You got a really chunk bot lane here. This is a situation where it's tough because it's a cannon wave, but you got to make a decision as the bot lane. Do you either stay and try to get the wave, risk the dive, or do you leave? Josh King's is at least here, though, so they got a little bit more opportunity to stay a little bit calmer.
At this point in time, I mean, yeah, Josh King is here. They're going to have vision of him if he does indeed show. Sakura being out of mana is a little bit concerning. They should be able to just walk on away, but staying around, kind of toying, playing with their food a little bit. Josh King is going to go ahead and take the recall and doesn't even stop it, so the pressure's going to happen. I guess he just wants to get straight back to the map and continue clearing, right? And he also kind of wants to get to the farm. He doesn't want to touch these people because he doesn't want to get blue. Isn't that pretty frustrating for a jungler? You can't really affect these ranged bot lane because you will get points for the opposite tree that you want to go.
Yeah, that's the thing I kind of hate about Kane is you have to draft really well with him because, you know, if it's a bot lane that, oh, it's range and you don't want to get the right points, then, you know, people do not want to wait that extra 4 minutes to get the Kane color they want. So he's got to be kind of smart about who he tackles. Why
I
a lot
mean,
of
this
the
whole
time you
bot
see King
side
getting
is
it.
just ranged, right? It's just,
yeah.
it's actually
Except for
really
Liliana,
hard.
yeah. It's not going to be easy for him. I mean, a lot of the people in general are ranged, except for maybe like the Mundo and the Scion. Those are pretty much your only two.
Well, yeah,
options.
exactly, right?
Looking
So, like,
to
that's
kill
what I'm
them
saying.
are
Is
not going to be easy. Yeah.
another push wave game pushed in. Josh Kang just doing same old, clearing. Drake is up right now, and no one. Maybe looking to see if Elling will overstep, walk on over to this Drake. Now I'm just gonna reset right in the wave. You do have support roaming around, maybe looking for a play here, but I don't know if Elling has the mana to actually commit the kill. But Josh Kang certainly does, though. Does instantly pop the unstoppable force, and yeah, just gets blown up. First blood going over to Josh Kang. Nice rotate there from both the bot and jungle, from the support and jungle, excuse me.
Yeah, Scooby came from lane, or came from base, excuse me. So the the dragon being taken by Nat didn't obviously get seen, but kind of an easy retaliation play. I mean, obviously Elling is having a lot of struggles in this lane. Want to kind of help him out as much as possible. Josh King obviously wants to get some kills, get himself closer to either blue or red, depending on what he's going to do in.
And what a flash forward from Sakura will indeed catch Hagglebaj with it. Nico now trying and secure the kill. Josh Kang here on the bottom side of the map, looking to help out his bot lane. Wants to try and go on to Nat, get some stacks, but he just ulties, and it just achieves nothing. That is a very strong Mundo. He is just going to heal on up. A double kill onto the Ashe, and was that all just for the points? Was that Nat is just gonna keep on walking where he pleases.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the champion Kane. Barely a champion. Used all of his moves, tried to do something, and I mean, I don't know what Josh King was thinking. It was already good the fact that Hagglebaj and Scooby were able to get out without dying, especially with the gank of Mundo right there. I don't know why. That's just pure greed from Josh King. Didn't get anything. The Mundo was always going to heal. Are they going to get him again?
Yeah, they think Sakura overstayed, but they don't realize Nico was hiding in the darkness. In the end, it will force out I think you forced out the flash from Nico to try and get that kill, but Hagglebaj didn't have anything, so he's just kind of in a pretty tough situation. Out comes the Crystal Arrow, heal being popped from Scooby-Doo, and bot lane for Nuclear Vikings this entire series has been pitiful. Josh Gang just constantly has to try and make a choice between helping out this suffocating bot lane or just continuing his clear.
Yeah, I mean, kind of interesting from Inari to use the enchanted Crystal Arrow there when they really needed the wave to dive, and Mel didn't have 6, nor did she have mana. So I feel like a bit of a wasted opportunity there, but the way these lanes
they'll come back.
No, exactly. There's nothing that is going to be worth fighting for. She's going to have the ECA back up in, I don't know, probably a little bit less than a minute now, and it should be fine for that. So not the worst use of it. But I mean, they're just, like you said, just dominating this bot lane. Pitiful is quite the strong word, but I think the right strong word, because, I mean, 35 CS going into 8 minutes, it's been really tough. I mean, Hagglebaj, I feel like did not give them the best lane here. I think the Mel is just kind of wanting to punish them as much as possible.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I say pitiful from the perspective of an ADC player. All right, an ADC support player. If I was Hagglebaj, I would feel awful. I'd be like, this is awful. Cold Now, no one though might be the one feeling awful. Missing the charm though, with a nice sidestep from Cold World, we'll be able to just walk right on out. All in all, nicely done forcing out the flash. And I gotta say, kind of going back to the last play too, because I also feel that, you know, when Josh Kang and Scooby-Doo died and it was a double kill, I think maybe what straight up might have happened is Josh Kang was really just trying to get the points and blew everything for that, and Scooby-Doo was thinking, oh, we're going in. And it's like maybe some miscommunication occurred where like Josh Kang's like, I'm just trying to get points, and Scooby-Doo is like, oh, you're trying to kill that guy.
That's a good way to look at it. I feel like it would be super silly just for the points.
For sure, it's uncharacteristic.
But I definitely think it's characteristic. So probably a good call on the fact that it's a miscommunication there. I'm sure maybe Scooby's expecting to go in, and that's one thing he does. But at the same time, though, this bot lane, especially with the jungler here, not making it
this is a good
easy.
catch, though.
But Josh Kang's going in, but Mundo's making it easy.
Arrow does land. No kill will be earned because of it. Yeah, Mundo just instantly popping the ultimate there to just make sure that they won't pursue the play anymore.
Oh,
and
Elling's low. It's gone.
And Elling and now Josh. Don't know what happened there. So Elling was on their side of the map. It looks like, I guess he tried to kill Cold War, no one, and maybe like went over towards the side of the map in an effort to run away. Now they're just gonna walk on down back to the bot side, and Hagelbosh has no flash. Scooby-Doo does have a flash, which he won't have to use because they don't have the damage quite yet, but it's just another kill going into the pocket of this bot lane. And here at 10 minutes into the game, we see Inari have put themselves nearly a 5k gold lead, sitting currently at like 4k.
Yeah, this Mel is getting quite strong right now. I mean, if she sometimes kind of plateaus, if she doesn't get like a ton of kills, but if she is already able to get like 2 items pretty early into the game, even on support, she's going to be able to do a great deal of damage, just shred people really easily, especially if the rest of the people at Nuclear Vikings are getting tanky enough. She's going to be shredding really well. But from what I saw from the Elling no one play, it seems like Unleashed Power was used on by Syndra, was all hanging around, so clearly they were chunked down in a fight, and I guess Josh Kang came to save, but Nat just literally walked up and went where he flees, as he's going now.
Yeah, Elling hits the charm onto the Mundo, does indeed pop the barrier there, but no won't do much besides that. You see Scooby-Doo forced to use a flash now to get away. The traps there, they're going to be providing some assistance, but in the end, with the help of Mel, Nat will secure that kill, now walking into the enemy jungler. Will begin the trade onto Josh Kang, help him reach some of his red points. So that's nice of him, as he inching forward, looking to hit the next one. Not going to happen.
Yeah, this is a team that is feeling themselves to the nth degree, with Sakura just flashing in looking for the Q kill, which definitely would have killed with the Mel last hit tick.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just another proof of the Josh Kang not working out, the Mundo making things really easily here. Yeah, Hagelbyog, find a good priest, unfortunately, because ain't gonna end well.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do, right? Your support is not on the screen.
Ooh, it hit!
Oh, wow, nicely done. Doesn't achieve much, but it's a nice cross map there onto Elling. Nice.
It was meant to hit Scooby, but obviously Scooby dodged that.
Style points.
Yeah, style points. Yeah, we hit that. Just the fear there. And also, Elling's, we literally just looked away for 2 seconds. Elling's like, no help. Just the power of the Syndra with the Blackfire's Torch. A Q and E combo. Unleashed Power with 4 or 5 orbs out. It's going to chunk you down, so I'm just going to start getting strong. Yeah, this is one of those games where you're just like, yeah, you look for help anywhere. You start looking for like divine intervention at this point, because you are just like, it's a over 5k gold lead, 13 minutes in. What do you even do? Top lane's going okay. We'll be positive though. We're positive. Top lane's going okay.
I feel like we haven't seen top lane in like 13 minutes, by the way. I feel like this is the first time. There's just 2 tanks going back and forth, taking trades onto each other. I mean, Shush does have a CS lead. You know, seemingly has been getting the devours, right? So, all in all, not the worst. Now, with a nice rupture, the silence was a little bit late on the timing, so no one was able to get the knockback available. We'll make sure that he takes no more damage from that, but beyond that, you see now the rest of Nuclear Vikings moving up on the map. Inari is following suit, and they should know. They should have an idea. They're gonna get pinched here. No one gonna force the flash away immediately, but here comes the Glacial Arrow, gonna land onto Josh Kang, follow him with a knockup, and that's the Mel ultimate to secure the kill. We were talking about what she's useful for. That's what she's useful for. Mel will indeed continue to keep on pushing with the help of the rest of the team. Down goes the Shush on the Cho'Gath, and down goes Scooby yet again, and they are looking for more, just a TP narrowly in time to save this mid laner's life. But all in all, Inari gonna keep on with their rampage.
Oh dear, where do you go from here? This is 14 minutes in, and oh no, Hagelbods don't. Okay, that would have, I would have really started crying for him. That would have been sad to see that happen. Thank God it didn't. But just another good catch on the side of Inari.
All they need is some shutdowns.
So much.
All they need on this Jinx, if I'm Jinx, I'm like, shutdowns, please, please. Just like one good
Where are
fight.
you getting them?
I mean,
she's got. Yeah, who's getting the damage right now? I mean, do you have to get like an Ari charm? Somebody's got to be like way out of position. It's not easy. I mean, we want to think that like Nuclear Vikings can do it, but yeah, we just look at the numbers. We look at the situation they're in. We look at the fact that this Mel has so much poke. It's going to be hard. I mean, like, who's stopping this Mundo? This Mundo is literally running everywhere he pleases, and he literally cannot be stopped. I think it's just very difficult. Oh, but look at that. Maybe I'm wrong. Here's a catch.
Yeah, doesn't he get the knock-up? Uses the parry to get right back towards that Leona. The interaction that Dust was talking about earlier, so it will indeed secure them their second kill of the game, but now they're being chased down. Nice rupture onto Nico. Will prevent him from pushing forward, but the Glacial Arrow stops it. Engage from Ellie and ends up having to use the Spirit Rush to retreat, and now it's a double kill, or not double, but just 2 kills going on over towards the side of Inari. Link looking to trade one back, though. Does indeed get Nico. Now gonna use that last Spirit Rush to get away. Nat chasing though. Has to dodge these cleavers. Charm. Nicely timed. Now here comes the Scion though, rampaging. Good flash. Will finally secure Elling's life. Oku? Oh, careful. Okay. Okay, now Josh Kang say they want to keep this fight going.
He will go. No, but Soccer's back. He should be running.
Shutdowns?
Keeps going.
Hagobosh is chasing them down, not walking on over, trying to make sure that Sakura doesn't go down, but Josh Kang flashing over confirms the kill. And all in all, it seems Nuclear Vikings have secured themselves 3 additional kills over this sequence.
Well, I guess my answer of how do you like come back in this game and get some kills? That's how. It involves Mel W backfiring on you, getting right in the middle of the face of the play. I'm kind of surprised that Inari tried with that one so much. I mean, he had no one come down. He got kind of 2 quick kills, obviously, with Syndra's power. They probably just should have stopped there. I mean, they were already kind of in a tough spot with Nico going pretty low on health. They didn't have the Mel right off the bat. So certainly, you know, an ill-advised play in multiple ways. I think that play also showed that there's still just like a lacking amount of damage on the side of Nuclear Vikings. Now, as you said, those shutdowns gonna help a lot. This Ari certainly has some damage, but at the same time, how are you gonna stop this Mundo? There he goes.
There you go. That's you know, how do you stop this Mundo? You just don't. You don't stop the Mundo. The Mundo's just gonna keep on walking around, and anytime he gets scared, he's pressing the R button on his keyboard. It's gonna be worn out by the end of this game, and they're pushing down this turret. They get the kill onto Eileen. It was a nice arrow to help out with that. And the gold lead still quite strong. It's you know, Nuclear Vikings, you know, they're giving it their best. Frisky. They're giving it their best.
That's never positive about it, especially as Scooby might be
okay.
Stand around a little bit longer.
Finds the engage, but there's just no follow-up. I mean, they're just alone. Here comes the team. They're a little bit too late. Nico might be the one to go down. Indeed, going on over to Shush with the Devour. They get the Syndra as well as Elling is dashing all across this map. In the end, whiffs the final Spirit Rush and will be going down, but they will hopefully get this Scion in return. You have Nuclear Vikings pushing forward, and they just secured themselves 4 kills kind of out of nowhere, even despite the difference. Okudo might get so close. Shush narrowly walking away. He calculated that in his mind. I feel that. Nat just backing away. They cannot do this Drake, and so Josh Kang, maybe we'll just start it up. Nat is here though, so it doesn't really feel possible, Frisky.
No, it doesn't. This isn't really a good idea. I mean, obviously Kang can just do that, but at the same time, Nat has really no. Like, he's got his team right behind him. There's 0 pressure on the side of Nuclear Vikings that can take it from them. I will say, though, Inari is giving them more windows than I expected. They made, that Jinx Rocket close to stealing. Unfortunately not.
They won a 3v5.
Yeah, I mean, they did pretty well, even with, I mean, Hagobiaz is, like, not a champion at this point. Just not enough power on this Jinx, not enough to do anything to the tankiness of the Mundo. But the just double TP on the side of Elling and Shush, getting a lot of damage in. I was actually a little surprised, because they were low on people, but I totally thought Inari was going to handle it, but they just did not seem to get their targets right. And Elling, you know, pretty much being the one carrying the team on his back right now, doing a lot for them. You know, if this Ari can keep stacking some power, she's getting a little bit closer to... Oh, Josh Kang has just killed our friend No One. Are they going to kill Scooby as well? Oh no, that's
Yeah, looking for more. Scooby's gonna end up going down as Josh Kang narrowly gets out. Oh, just win the Chris will indeed connect and will secure that kill. It ends up being a 2-for-1. No one will not go down without his team, you know, making sure they get their lick back. So, gonna go ahead, walk up this river, walk up towards this Baron, and I think just clear this midwave and start setting that vision because they feel pretty strong. They can probably just do it at whenever they want if they have 5.
I mean, they just need to be smart about it. They are fighting way too long on a
he's
comp
on it
that
right now.
wants to like get refresh. Yeah, they just need to zone out. Like the Mundo is so strong. All they need to do is this: zone people out at the bottom right here, and then just try to look for 1 kill. And they have the potential, as you can see, as Soccer is just executing Hagelbjerg again.
I mean, Hagelbjerg, yeah, just dying off screen like a One Piece character.
Yeah, just like a character in a TV show where you're like, hey, where'd they go?
As you see the flash forward, will indeed get blocked by the parry, and Nat trying to stay alive uses the ultimate. He's going so low, but no one can actually secure the kill. There's no heal cuts, and so he gets 100% pure value. You have Nico popping off Shush though onto this lowly ADC. Okay, will not be able to quite hit the rupture, and the kiting from Nico is perfect to stay alive. In the end, it will be a team fight victory for Inari, but Nuclear Vikings, you know, they make them work for it.
No, they actually had a good start there. They made them work for it. But gotta give credit to no one. That scatter of the week on TBR is kind of what. Oh, Nico! Oh, he's gone. Oh, he is.
That
gone.
stopped it. Wonderful there by Hagelbjerg. Wow.
That's actually an insane play. They don't have the damage for it. They have to get off. Look at Hagelbjerg once again here, and he's like, I'm not a champion. I got the rocket here. Well done to him. They'll be able to get this turret, but get a little bit of
yeah, get some bonus money from the crystalline overgrowth.
Yeah.
You know.
It's really interesting. This gold lead, this dragon lead, being able to not really kill the Mundo. I mean, they did last time, but they needed a lot of people for it. It still feels like Inari have all the kind of tools just looking at on paper to be able to win this game very easily. But Nuclear Vikings really not making it easy.
It really makes me wonder what that fight would have looked like if anyone had heal cut. Like, besides Shush. You know, and I think Shush literally just got it because that Mundo was on like 10 to 20% HP for like a significant portion of that fight. Imagine how much healing would have been negated. He would have died earlier. You know? Like, like in general. Now, yeah, unstoppable onslaught, just out of vision. Hard to dodge if you, you know, are a Jinx and you don't have Flash, because then you're just a Jinx. But in the end, it seems like Inari gonna take that lead and start up this Baron yet again. Now, I'm getting deja vu, because this was kind of the similar situation as last time with Hagelbjerg dying quickly right before the Baron started up, but this time around it doesn't seem like there's actually going to be a response from the Nuclear Vikings. Shush just gets the turret bot side, and so Baron Nashor goes out uncontested to the side of Inari.
Yeah, they just pushed out Josh Kang really easily there. Not a lot he could have done. They kind of knew that. That was the only play they got. But, you know, Inari's being smarter here. Just one pick, go right to Dragon. Now they're going for another pick. Josh Kang, he gone.
Yeah, Josh Kang just gets obliterated. Scooby-Dooby-Doo now might be following suit, trying to get to this blast pant, and he just gets dragged back in. Oh, wow, the Zenith Blade connects just as he's going through the air. You have Elling, though, dashing on forward, does indeed use that repel to try and stop the onslaught, but in the end, we'll go 1 for 1. Nat just securing these kills with the help of no one, and they are just burning through these health bars. They are burning through these turrets, and Inari gets the ace. They will run down this mid lane, and I don't know if it'll be the end of the game, but they definitely make it seem so.
Yeah, I mean, these 20 seconds on the Ahri.
It'll be close. It would be close. They'd be safer to walk away. Yeah,
I mean, they got the dragon up. There's no point in risking anything else. But, I mean, they just keep getting these catches.
Oh.
Nope, never mind. No one says he's got dinner right now, and he's got it on the stove. He wants it done.
No one was like, we could have ended right there, guys. I don't know why we're leaving.
Nah, I mean, it's just pushing him off. It's just better. I mean, he's just going to control the mid wave. They get the dragon very quickly. Nothing much about it. Yeah, it's just going to be hard for Vikings. I keep saying that. Every time I say it's going to be hard for Vikings, they might do something.
No, yeah, Elling.
Elling be a hero. Can Josh King be a hero and steal? He's going to... Oh, he was close.
just
he was
too
close,
hard.
and now he's dead.
The pocket difference, it's just too, you can't do much when their wallet is bigger than yours. They're just kind of buying the difference. And Elling down, looking maybe to get one kill off of the back end of this fight. Indeed misses the charm. Sakura just kiting and weaving, and now you have Shush doing the same. He's just trying his best. He's so tanky, but not tanky enough. In the end, it's going to be Onari. Time and time again, they get that Baron, they get that soul, they get these kills. TP to the base. Don't walk past this turret. Unstoppable onslaught will not connect. Forces out the flash, though, as Hagelbush will end up going down as well. It'll be an ace. Final kill for that Mundo. 5-1 and 20. Inari taking the series 2-0. Maybe they want to dive in for some more kills, but I think Frisky, that's it.
Yeah. Is that it? No, they got him.
They got one more. They're going back in. They're going back in. I feel it. Just waiting. Waiting. It's so low.
The minis are gonna get him.
No. Okay, that's all right.
All right. Well, you got the 2-0 on the side of Inari. I mean, Nuclear Vikings had some decent plays. They were trying to make up for it. I think that both Shush and Elling had some decent performances. Is why Elling keeps getting his Ari. I mean, he missed some charms, but overall, helped some team fights a lot there. But just the bot lane struggled throughout both games, was really easily picked out. Josh Kang really, couldn't find what he wanted to do in the game.
He was inhibited by the character. He was inhibited by the champion, and it honestly really showed through in the gameplay. Like it really felt like you could felt the confliction in some decisions.
It did, yeah. That's why I hate Kane. It's why I think Kane is an absolute just mess of a champion. He should have, he heard me about the Lee Sin and was like, okay, I'm going to go one step down. Like, no, go back to the Lee Sin. Don't go one step down, back to Lee Sin.
All right. Well, with that, once again, like you mentioned, it's been 2-0 for Inari. Nuclear Vikings, hopefully, maybe have learned something from this series. That has been it here from the casting desk. Thank y'all so much. I've been Alsec, and with me has been Frisky. We're going to move on over to the analyst desk, so don't go quite just yet, because we got they got things to discuss. All right? So you better pay attention, listen up.
Guys. Love you, Rob.
Thank you very much, guys, for your coverage of the series. It seems our reputations are intact, guys. Correct predictions across the board from the analyst desk, at least. Bit of an 07 sad face for Alsike there. The 1-1 did not come to pass. However, Avi, there were some good things at certain points in that game for Nuclear Vikings. We saw Josh Kang and Scooby link up.
We did.
We're looking for good things here, Rob.
It sounds a bit harsh to say it, but we saw that synergy. It was one of the earlier fights, really, where we kind of missed it on broadcast for a second there, but the link up between Leona and Kane to try and catch out Flashless Syndra, that's what we want to see. I mean, it worked out really well for them in the end, but obviously Elling forcing out the flash early and they collapsed. This is what we want to see more of. Simple, but there's good timing. It gets them going. And they play around one of their carries. This is what we keep saying they have to do. Play it slow, play it simple, find the angles. And then it just didn't carry on. The momentum you took off of that first pick, that all just slipped away very quickly, it felt.
Yeah. Really struggled. That early lane, he could barely step up to the wave. The amount of pressure that Nico and Sakura were putting down into that lane was making that Jinx's life miserable. Then Nat showed his face bot lane. Then one of the times Scooby was out roaming, they dove him in bot lane. This was clearly a targeted effort by Inari to ensure that Hagelbosch was never relevant.
And when you're playing a comp with that hyper carry in the bot lane and the Jinx, we see other picks of that, like the Aphelios, etc. Champs like this, you need to keep that champ in the game, because it's all well and good to say we can get the resets later, but if you don't have the gold coming into you, I think he completed his Yuntal at 18, 19 minutes or something. He was sat there with a scout slingshot on a longsword and not the BF, and it just feels really horrible to not be able to get that early BF slam. The lane was really hard. I was going to say, the lane was really hard. They tried to make a play top lane. I was going to bring us into it. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Okay, it's fine.
got- it's got a thought process.
Hands off. You know what you're doing. Okay.
So I was going to say, bring us into. They felt desperation. They needed to make a play top lane because if you look at bot, there's a Jinx not even able to farm that bot wave or turret. They try and go for something in Nuclear Vikings, and they just, with the charm missing, not being able to pick up the Syndra, it just goes one after the other. Josh Kang had a very hard game in this game, just being locked down. I think not being able to humble trespass at least 3 or 4 times at crucial moments, one of them being in this replay. And then it just means that when you pick this game, which is like, I'm going to bully the tanks, and I'm going to do lots of be really tanky, it doesn't matter if you're just locked up and instantly killed this early stage of the game. You could see the makings, as you guys have said early on, about like Scooby and Josh Gang meeting up in the mid lane to shut down get onto the Syndra, and then they just seem to be again they miss execution later when they're already in a bit of a dire strait.
Yeah, we saw a couple of times near towards the end of the game where, as you said, they tried to link up, and the grand result was effectively trickle down deathonomics, where
Exactly.
Josh would try and do something. Scooby's trying to help him out. Josh would die. Scooby's then left out in limbo. And it led, as we will see with our final replay here, to their demise and the eventual end of the game, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly as you said. They had the early plays to get themselves doing something, but after a while, Inari just said, you know what, we're just going to carry on. We're going to snowball, and you can't stop us. There were glimpses. I mean, a lot of it felt like Shush and Josh in particular trying to almost take the team on their back. We saw fights happening on that mid lane at one point where 3v5, they almost bring it back, but you're always going to lose that. You don't have the gold for it, you don't have the stats for it, and it's a shame to see because you can see the ideas from Nuke, but they just don't have the resources. They don't have the synergy, the timing to really follow through on these, which... I mean, you can see a kind of a split engage there. You see Josh trying going over the wall, look for a steal or a smite, but the rest of the team aren't fully in there to support him. So it just falls apart from there, and they get picked off one by one by one. And it's just, okay, 5 of us are going to run at you. And what are you going to do about it? It's weird. It's really weird. I mean,
That's not our names.
No, it's not.
Those aren't our names.
I don't think I'm
I'm nowhere near attractive enough to be Jerial.
Fair enough, as long as
there are some other
that's
problems
what you
as well,
feel,
but
I'll give you that.
No, we're fine. We'll get back to that. But no, I generally agree
Spoilers.
with what you said there. I will say Nuclear Vikings. I like the attempt. I think that there's still a few things with early laning. They need to. Don't worry, it's all good production. We don't mind. We're here for a good time. I just think that they need to. It's a lot again early on. The laning doesn't look too great in bot lane. This game, you could see flashes of when Shush joined those fights, as you said. They looked like there were chances for comebacks, but eventually, it seems like they make that comeback, which they did in the first game as well. And then they don't really know what to do. They're like, we want to fight. We want to fight. Yippee! And then they don't know what the next step is. And I think it's either you don't want to be in that spot in the first place, really, where you have to make a miracle fight happen and then make it happen and don't know what to do. But at least they're trying. Going into the next ones, what have they got left? The next 2 games, I think they still have to play Rise. They still have to play Verdant Academy. And they still have to play... Have they got to face the Dogs as well? I think they've had quite a hard strength of schedule.
Yeah, I think so.
So they've still got hard strength of schedule. They've had one. I think these games, on paper, according to our standings, should be easier. I just hope they don't get just too disheartened. Come into the next games with a bit more, idea about what you want to do. They should, and Inari, keep doing what you're doing. You took a game off Broad and you just smacked down. You smacked down Absolved,
really
right?
good.
I just want to check my little watch here. They're now at 7-1, which puts them on even with Gucci and Absolved.
No, that was it. They're even with Absolved.
Top.
They've not faced Absolved. Yeah, they've not faced Absolved, but they have. They've split with with Broad. Yeah, they've done a lot of good things so far. I think Inari are looking like one of the more solid teams. I think there's just a slot in that top 4 left to either, I would say, Inari or the Dogs, and I think that's the game that will decide our top 4, like that one matchup at the moment.
Well, great showing from Inari once again. We were looking for a sort of convincing win to really lock them into as one of those top 4 contenders, and I think we can say they have shown that. there are some good things being shown by Nuclear Vikings, but again, it's the glue, I suppose, that's not quite, they're not quite letting the glue set. Hopefully, in their future series, we'll see them come together and get themselves some wins. That is it for this series. We're going to throw it across to some Division 2 action after the break as Emrys Esports goes up against HL Tori Esports. Do not miss it. We'll be back after this break.
Malphite. All right, here we go. Just
Still going for this space. You would as Chimera super low.
From over there, it's the Rakan coming in for the shielding. The shielding again.
Oh my
you.
God!
They lose.
And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champions. Bow down to Jay.
Hello and welcome. It is UKEL. Like you've not seen it before this season, it is a Div 2 day for coverage, and we're going to bring to you two big teams that could be on your screen in Div 1 very, very shortly. But they've got a long season, as so do we in Div 1. I'm going to bring in my desk right now, and we're going to get into this series. So the teams we have up are HL Tory Esports versus Emrys. Rory B, Toast, welcome in. How are you guys both doing today?
You know what? I'm doing good. You know, it's a good day when you get to cover Div 2, a lesser seen division here on the main broadcast. So it's always nice when we can peep in and see what they're cooking up down there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What a wonderful day it has been. I've been busy, hectic. I'm excited to see some talent. I feel like when it comes to Division 2, from what I've looked at, we see a lot of one-trickers. So there's kind of cases where when players lose their pick, there's a bit of flailing around. But you see some really interesting comps because they kind of build around these players who want to play they want to play their player. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of it.
Yeah, and talking about what comes out of Div 2, right, like there's a lot of players that have kind of been in Div 2 before, teams that we are seeing now, right? Inari was there, Natives was there, we also had Good Chi there, so like there's definitely teams that have made their way through the rosters, right? They've been able to claim spots. Like it's a sentiment where it's not a league where you're just kind of sitting because you're not that great. Like there is real potential for people to come up into Div 1 and cause some upsets, as we're seeing at this moment in time. So it's definitely one to keep your eyes on, and it's nice, as you said, Rory, that we're getting to cover some of these games. But let's get into the teams, right? Let's break down who we're actually talking about. HL Tory is going to be the team that I want to talk about first. If we can bring those up on the screen, we can have a little look as to see who is on the roster and who we should really be focusing on, Rory, because obviously a lot of people at home, they're not going to be familiar with these teams.
No,
Emrys first. Hold on, Emrys first.
Emrys first. Bit of an interesting development they've had over the split, because they're not doing too great right now. They're sitting at 1 win, 5 losses. But frankly, I think there's been a bit of an issue because they had Nyx and Kitten X3 playing in that bot lane support duo for the first 2 matches. Now they've switched out for Ali and Pickle, so they've got a brand new bot lane in. Hopefully they've now properly warmed up and they can start getting some W's on the board. Sky, Asuka, counters been about in the UKEL scene, but I haven't really seen Asuka and Sky playing at all in the higher league, so I'm really excited to see what's going to come out of them.
And I guess, Toast, one thing I want to get from you is like, obviously, Rory saying there's some... So, hold on, we're already skipping to the next one again. Hold on,
we got to go!
Talk about Tory, Toast. Talk about Tory.
Talk about Tory. We're seeing some interesting picks coming from themselves. As a team, I've not heard too much about them. There's going to be a stronger thing to hear from Rory in a second, but I'm seeing some interesting picks coming from their recent matches. You know, from my research, we're seeing a Veigar one trick that could be interesting. Seeing some Carstic, some Rek'Sai, some like aggressive junglers. Bard, like really aggressive bot lane as well, like that kind of Brexit bot lane that Rob was talking about in the previous game.
Whoa.
Some of that.
Brexit bot lane does not have mages in the bot lane. I'm sorry, I need to stamp that down right now. It is jinx or bust.
It was Bard at the top, and there's a lot. It's all of the engages almost below it. So yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so just to cover a couple points. So there are some players here that have been around the European scene for a while, right? If we kind of look at Inugami, if we look at Kakao, like they've had some experience, right? We've seen Water play in Div 1 before. Like there's things that are going on for this team. They're not an unknown team to the people that know, but for you guys at home that are Div 1 normalists, right? Then maybe they're a little bit new, but this is what it's all about. We're bringing the people to you. We're giving you more live streams, more content, more UKL, and now we have the draft as well. Yasuo and Rek'Sai are banned away. A little bit sad to see my fave gone. Bard also removed. And Rory, before we kind of get into the real picks, you were talking a lot about mages bot lane. It's something I'm not a big fan of, but talk your talk.
Yeah, so I personally think mages bot lane are stronger than AD carries right now, mostly because when you look at mage items, obviously the big thing this season is bot laners get to 6 items at Exo. Well, mages have the stronger push early in general, and now that they can get to 6 items, so when an AD carry would normally outscale a mid laner at max levels, now the mages can keep up with tempo, and it's really nice to see. Also, mage items typically more expensive than ADC components, so having that extra item slot available means you can curve out the end of your build way more nicely.
Okay, well, we got Varus coming through there. We will hopefully get confirmation on what that ban is before Vi.
Looks like Zyra.
Zyra.
Which makes a lot of sense.
Zyra is the ban that was on the other side, so we won't be seeing that one at all. Right now, that we are going to see Hui Rakan. You said you wanted mages. Toast, I know you play a little bot lane as well. Like, Hui Rakan, is that something you're kind of like putting together?
So Rakan is something interesting. I'd love to see. I play a lot of Rakan. Definitely a secondary engage, so that I like to see what they have as their initial first. You need someone who's going to throw their body at the other team, and then Rakan kind of follows in with the E, get the R, charm the rest, continue the fight on. Hui, a little bit of a slower play style, kind of more late game, kind of sit back, but depending on how this other comp goes, he can be caught out quite easily.
Okay, we'll have to see. Obviously, you're saying you want initial engage. Here you can go second, so we'll see if that comes through. Nautilus being locked in here, Rory. So, okay, they have Hui, they have range. Obviously, they can flex to the mid as well as the bot lane. But Emirates are not slacking either. They got Varus. They've now got Rumble as well. Like, they've got a decent team fight already.
They've got really nice components to a comp. Like, great power picks all throughout their first 3 picks. So I'm loving this from Emirates. Really nice to see. Just in case anyone at home is wondering why Zyra was banned in the first place, Asuka plays a ton of Zyra jungle, is a Zyra jungle one-trick, so that was really targeted towards him. It's not a bit of a weird, like, lower Div 2 kind of throw-out ban. As we're now seeing a Yone locked in, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? If you've got an AP bot laner, you've either got to do a heavy AD jungler or a heavy AD mid laner. I think Yone is a pretty safe AD pick because he can always be flexed top into the Rumble. I wouldn't love it, but it's a possibility.
I like the Akali ban. We saw this matchup not that long ago on Monday. It's not fun. It doesn't look fun. Yeah. I'll be honest. Like, maybe it was the personnel, but yeah, either way, that's a little bit of not fun. So good ban coming out from that. The Jarvan being taken away. Now we got to talk about this. No jungler has been picked so far, and they are starting to remove a couple of the early game pieces. Obviously, Xin Zhao still available. Vi is gone as well. Tanks are still up, but, the pool is shrinking.
Well, the thing is, we're on patch day right now. Maokai did just get buffed. Both these teams would love a Maokai. Like, his clear is decent now. It is competitive. It got his Q got extra bonus monster damage. He clears so much faster, especially on multi-camps. So I would really love to see that coming out, especially either paired with a Rumble or with a Hui. Both are great picks with him.
What about you, Toast? What are you feeling as we go into the second stage of picks?
I'm starting to worry on the side of HLT. Is Cassante an initial engage? That's what I'm worrying about. Like, the bot lane feels like it can kind of fall apart if, so Rakan has that kind of mid-game, kind of falls off in the late game if he doesn't have, especially the initial engage, but also have the coordination. So this is definitely something where HLT is going to have to work together to get it right. That Galio pick is going to be interesting to talk about.
Yeah. Into Yone?
Yeah, I don't like that. I'm not sold on this one, but you know what? It goes well with the team, I guess, but I'm not sold on it into the matchup they're playing against.
Does it though? Because right now, like, you've only got Nautilus locked in, who, like, you still need someone who's diving in to get that Galio to have max value.
Well, do you?
I think so. Because you're trying to set up a big equalizer, right? That's the whole point of this team. Is if that's Kindred locked, I'm a bit confused about how they've rounded up their B4-5. Yeah, it's confirmed locked in, so it's a big in my books as far as drafting goes.
if I'm honest, I don't feel that way. I feel like you're playing into the game where they have Yone, they have the Rakan, they have the Cassante, all things that are going to move forward. Admittedly, Hwei isn't, right? Hwei is just chilling. And now also the Kha'Zix. Like, this team is talking dive. Like, we're talking Tom Daly levels of diving right now. And on the flip side, you've got Galio, you've got Nort. You can just stand your ground, right? Stand your base. And then you can just hold out and basically play the game on your own landscape, basically. Like, I don't know, maybe Toast, you disagree with my point, maybe you agree with Rory. What's your take on the comps?
It definitely seems from the side of HLT it is more of a back to front kind of fight, and it kind of seems like they're just praying that Cassante can 1v5. That's the scenario. Whilst they take out the backline, they're going to slowly whittle down the Galio, the Nautilus. Like, honestly, without theory crafting about too much about Emrys, it kind of feels like Kindred's going to instigate the fight, maybe hit that R, and then that's where Galio is going to get his value, being able to jump in. And that's where the fight's going to start. Maybe they're going to rely on the Nautilus hook. It's shaky in places, but there's a lot of power picks here.
I'm sorry, do you just suggest the world where Kindred is the engage piece who's in the front line?
Yes.
Okay, sure. I mean...
No, I don't agree with that.
Look, I was criticising the Galio because I think if you're going to pick a tank mid, you might as well just pick Sion or Malphite. Right? They both do a job, but this way Malphite can actually bully... in lane the Yone, because Yone doesn't have kill pressure, and a Yone who's even isn't great, and he can just pick up the Hwei in every fight. Or you pick Sion, who's just the beef that you kind of need if you're going to pick Kindred. That's where I was going for. That's why I don't like the Galio.
Okay, well, let's see how it plays out. There's a lot that could go on. We're going to hand this one over to the casters. Brackish Brit, welcome back to the screen, and welcome in Hyper Bubbles, aka Leo. Bring her on to the UKEL.
I never left. I never went anywhere, Jay. I don't know what you're talking about. I am back. I am Brack. And yes, welcome to some Division 2 action, Leo. We are looking at the future of the Four Nations.
Very excited to be here. Very excited to see, some of these budding talents show off what they can do, especially hearing all these new rosters coming in as well, because many of these players on these teams don't actually have that extensive history. So I'm really excited for them to show us what they have got and what we can expect, as you mentioned, for the future of this league.
And we're looking at some big comfort for a lot of these players. I mean, when you see someone with a name like Cow pick Kha'Zix, you can probably predict something's going to go down. But as was said on the desk, this is a composition that I don't know how much you're going to want to dive into. Like, Galio Nautilus, kind of chilling. Rumble also wants you to be quite close. Kindred, still pretty short-ranged. As long as she can sort of dance between the team fight, then it could be a bit challenging for HL but we do also have to remember, of course, that HL are 5-1. Emrys are currently 1-5. So at least the momentum precedent is very much with the side of HL.
That is true, but both of these junglers, it feels like to me at least, are wanting to make a statement here, because the Kha'Zix was picked into the Kindred, so Kha'Zix just says, nah, I don't care about your ult, I can kill you anyway, but Kindred is saying, no, I'm gonna outplay you, I'm gonna press my ult to mitigate your killing power, your assassination. Yeah, listen, okay, I'm a Garen player, my R is the outplay button, Kindred's R is outplay button, this is how our brains work here, so I fully understand Emrys esports here. There's so many outplay buttons on these ultimates, as we already talked about, the Galio, the Kindred, the Nautilus, to an extent, even the Varus and the Rumble coming in, so I don't know, I'm really interested to see, because on the side of HL Tauri, it feels like if they have the individual skills to outplay the enemy, I've been saying outplay a lot, but that's what this is really about. If they can individually just say, we're better, this is going to be a bloodbath of a game. But if Emrys Esports can say, no, we have our team fight, we have what we want to do, and if they can stick to that, I think it can be a really interesting game.
And as you say, neither of these are fully stock standard team compositions either. These aren't the Brexit comps that we like to talk about in the Four Nations. We've got a bit of spice both ways. We've got the Kindred that needs to be played around properly by Emrys Esports. We've got, yes, we've got a Cassante, but aside from that, There is no real front line. Like, Yone cannot stand in front of an enemy team for any long period of time. Kha'Zix, if he gets caught out of stealth, probably just dies. Rakan, we saw in the last series. Scooby, unfortunately, died quite a bit on that champion. So, the onus of execution is very much on HL Tori's side. But, again, running back, that the precedent is they've been doing pretty darn well so far.
Yeah, and what I really want to point out here is our very own Trajan talked to both the coaches beforehand and asked them about the teams. And what I think this game is going to be really interesting is the very first scuttle, because we want to see, okay, how is Kindred going to stack up on these marks, and is HL Tower going to be able to contest that? So first of all, are we going to get the proper coin flips with the marks spawning where Kindred wants them to spawn? And are HL Tower able to come together as a team and say, no, we are so aggressive, we're going to fight you anyway on these marks, and we're going to make sure that you cannot scale up to be that long-range, super, just a mega standing in the backline ADC that kills everyone.
One thing to remember is, even if HL Tori end up with the first scuttle mark, I believe it's a relatively short period of time that the Kindred can wait, and it will just jump across to the other scuttle. So if Ahsoka is aware of that and can go, oh, well, I'm slightly delayed picking up this first mark, but, still gets it, then, no harm, no foul.
For now, but I don't know. We've been seeing so many just double scuttles happening everywhere, and if that happens, then suddenly as Kindred, you're not having such a good time.
How does a Kha'Zix Kindred 1v1 go at early levels, though? I mean, isolation damage, I suppose, if we can see Kakao specifically be the one to shoot first.
Yeah, I think that's really going to be it. The difference between range advantage on one side from the Kindred and the other side, the isolation damage you mentioned. And then we're going to see which team is going to be able to collapse quicker. And I really think that's where it's going to be because, of course, late game, Galio can just press ult, but that's not going to happen at level 2 or level 3 or any of that. So they're going to have to walk all the way to those places. So I don't know. I really think the early game, it could be a big coin flip, but in the case of Emirates Esports, where you are standing at 1 and 5, maybe that is exactly what you need to get ahead against a person or against a team that is technically considered to be favored just by the standings.
Yeah, definitely throw things into chaos just that little bit. I think that's why I like the Kindred in this context, because it's not something you see all that often. If it falls behind, yeah, things going to get quite rough pretty quickly. Like, you need to get at least your first 4 marks before you're if you're stuck before 4 marks for a long period of time, that's bad. That's very, very bad. But once you get past 4, once you get obviously 3s after that, once you get past 10, you're starting to get quite scary.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, in general, also, it's going to be interesting what direction we're going to go with all these builds. For example, we're going to see just now coming up the Varus. Late game Varus is scary, and I don't know if the Hui poke will be able to match that Varus just instant burst poke everything coming through. So we're going to have to see how that goes too. Oh my god, I thought that we are in this season without any level 1 shenanigans going on, but they are saying no.
In Division 1, maybe not.
Wards.
Well, they move in, get vision. Both chicken camps will be spotted out. Inagami moves across. I think they can both infer from the lack of seeing each other at all that there's probably a ward on each side. We see now that both junglers starting on their bottom side buffs, so clearing up towards top side. That doesn't scream to me early ganking. Like, Cassante Rumble, they're going to throw hands a bit, but should be mostly nothing doing. Kind of a slap fight.
Exactly. Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, it is still a Cassante and a Rumble. They do damage, but they don't necessarily have a big, setup where they can, as if they were a Nautilus or something, just throw all that CC on someone and then wait for the junglers to come in and do extra damage. So I think you're exactly right. The junglers seem to be mostly just focusing on their own clear, getting strong, which makes sense, right? Because both of them want to be strong. Both of them are able to be in carry positions. And we're seeing in the bot lane already, the level 2 advantage does go to Emrys, But are they going to be able to use something for that? No, I think HLT are respecting it quite well.
Yeah, just sitting on back. They know that they don't necessarily need to contest the early waves, and so, yeah, sure, Ali and Pickle get the better of the very early, but, I mean, when you've got push, you can't throw a Nautilus hook. That's just, that's not going to work out for you.
Yeah, exactly. And we just see top lane, it looks like everyone just threw spells, but none of it really did anything. Oh, meanwhile in the mid lane
Inagami, trying to get the damage down onto Sky, has to flash away. Trying to get that damage down. First blood is secured, but that is a kill across to the Kindred. Not a mark, but a kill secured. Has slowed down the clear a little bit, though. They are now
That is true,
two
yeah.
camps behind.
Yes, but it was still a kill with an assist, so it is, of course, a little bit of the gold difference made up from it being first blood and that extra little bit coming through. So I don't think they're too upset about that. As apparently we're just going right back in. The Galio says, no, Yone, you do not just get to keep fighting me here. But overall, I think Kindred is happy with this. I think Emrys wants the kills on Kindred a lot more than they want them on Galio. And
Casino
on the other
lost.
side, yeah, we're fine here.
Casino lost. The mark's on the bot side.
Oh no. Oh, that's, yep. This is what happens when you do the coin flip. And yeah, there was no waiting happening either, as we see top scuttle is already taken as well. So it is just what it is. The next mark will spawn soon enough, so you know, maybe then we're just gonna have more luck being able to secure that one on the side.
Some good trading from Sky here. Inagami also playing it quite well. I was worrying that he was flirting a little bit with the turret there. Will take a turret hit.
Oh!
He just murders him. What? 3 daggers and he's full build.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I did not think that was gonna kill. I was like, oh, that's some really good damage, and then
Soul Unbound is a balanced item, guys.
Galio back. Yeah, definitely.
Balanced ability, rather.
And now you just wait for, you know, when something like Bork comes through, and then you're just like, ah, yeah, that's fine. These items, don't worry about it. They're just doing all of your HP in in 1 second.
It's fine.
But yeah, this Galio is having a rough time now. Oh, I feel kind of bad because he's gonna have to take this more supportive approach anyway. So he's not gonna ever get back into this spot where he has the lane presence to just dominate now and just be able to dictate the push. And now the wave, it can be frozen here as well. Oh no, don't do him like that, please.
Thankfully, he's able to get the wave to the tower, but Inagami is keeping it away. We've actually got bodies coming to try and help him save that wave state.
Okay,
Flash
it crashed.
wouldn't-
It crashed. We're okay. Okay, that was a scary moment because if that wave froze right there, there's the level 6 coming on right through there. If that was just frozen there, but oh, we're seeing fights happening again, and Kindred is also potentially looking in the mid lane once again. If we can look there in just a second. This Yone is commanding so much pressure going
Good
in
hook.
right there as well.
He's got the level 6. He's not going out, though, as Sky able to pick up that kill. Assists across. So great movement in the early stages of the game from the Emrys jungler and support.
Yeah, that was actually exactly what we wanted to see because we saw them wanting to be so aggressive. We saw them wanting to use the lead on the
They're
Yone.
walking in.
Oh no! I mean, he is a Nautilus. Yeah,
Where's the damage, guys?
It's a Nautilus, you know. This is just what happens when you play those.
Didn't even
tanks.
proc
You can just say,
Aftershock.
nah. You're right. Yeah. Yep. That's just yeah. This is what happens when you pick a tank.
All right, then. Another mark denied.
Yeah, another one, you're completely right. And we see the Drake. Are they opting to start it up now? Yes, they are. Which of course makes sense. Nautilus being low and being forced to back here already. Having complete control over bot wave and seemingly mid wave 2 with Yone roaming down. So this should be a really easy, safe, secure. Nothing to be traded for on the other side of the map either. So this is just beautiful what we want to see.
Fantastically done. Not the worst thing in the world for the side of Emrys, of course. The Ahsoka on the level 6. Only just having hit the 6 just after the Drake went down. So, yeah, trying to contest that one probably would not have been the best look.
No.
Guy is doing okay obviously, now with Barmies is able to trade back with some of that passive damage when you jump forwards with the Justice Punch. Gold is... It's chilling. It's chilling. It's pretty much bang even. Meanwhile...
Have you seen Nautilus in top? Oh my god, this should be illegal right here. No, but
Space
I
did
really
not actually
like
have
the
vision there,
Nautilus
by the
moving.
way.
No, he did not, correct.
He just
But
smelled that something was up.
Exactly, he just felt it. He just had that spidey senses tingling.
I mean, he's got Soak on his team. He must have felt a disturbance in the Force.
There you go. But overall, I've actually been really happy with seeing the movement coming through from this Alistar all over the map. I mean, the Alistar and Kindred moving together put the Galio back in the game. Now wanted to make sure that Rumble does not have any issues. And now they're invading. Ooh, this is dangerous though, with Cassante coming back to lane right here as well.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of bullying. Sky is there to assist as well, and Counter will be able to move across as well. I didn't see if that was a mark secured.
Unfortunately, neither did I, but seeing as there is none on the map, there is a possibility. Meanwhile, though, the Hui is just pushing on bot side, just chilling, just vibing, picking up those plays himself. And I really do like as well, though, how just aggressive this Yone is playing, constantly just eating under the turret, just saying what you're gonna do about it. And now they're looking to deny the Grubs. Let's see if they're gonna fight over this one or if they're just gonna give it up.
I think, respectively, they're just going to play this one safe. They don't necessarily need to go too hard about this one. Again, they're looking to scale up quite a bit. It's going to take a little while before this Rumble becomes scary, before the Kindred, gets a full item or a little bit beyond that. So I'm liking the respect from Emirates Esports.
Yeah.
They're not going to contest an objective that they have no right being at.
Yeah, I fully agree, but also now looking at these gold differences, that is quite a lead in favor of the Yone here. That is always a scary thing to see, because Yone, it's not a champion that stops being strong in the early game by any means. So yeah, having a strong Yone, that's definitely something you can always play around.
Absolutely. I think Sky's not too upset about it, though. We've got an Aftershock tank Galio, who realistically is going to kind of always be useful. Water flashing forwards on towards the Varus, and Ali will be alley-ooped, or alley-downed in this case, into the grave. I tell a lie, actually, that what didn't flash there, so just some great little layup play there, bouncing off his own teammate to get that engage.
And on top of that, the wave is fully in control of Chewy here. So let's see if I believe he is, yeah, he is fully pushing it now. Okay, that is at least a relief that Varus is going to be able to pick up some of those minions, but definitely a very, very rough situation for them there, because as Varus, you don't want to sit back and let a Hui bot just manage to just like out trade you and kill you like that. Not even because of it's his fault or anything, but simply because Hui in late game does so much annoying poke damage, and getting that ahead, oof, I don't want to fight against that.
I mean, yeah, there's a precedent for it though. Chewy has been known, as Toast pointed out on the desk, he's got had a very nice Vygar game in his other matches throughout the split thus far, and so looking forward to see what he will do on another mage. And of course, it has unlocked Inugami to pull out this Yone, who is doing very, very well. Great CS advantage being built up.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, what we're really seeing is being the two sort of like damage carries, or consistent damage carries coming through here from the Yone and the Hui, and they don't even have to worry about the fact that they're playing with a substitute top laner, because he's just like, I'm picking Cassante, what are you gonna do? Like, I'm just gonna out-tank everything anyway. So, really like to see, overall also just making sure that their team comps, their identity doesn't change, even if the player is being swapped out or anything like that. And hopefully this consistency continues for them throughout the rest of this game.
Well, this time it is Emrys who are the first to the play. Second Drake coming in as the Hex Tech. They're just putting down some vision. They don't want to necessarily commit. I mean, with the possibility of Inugami trying to come in for the contest, might be quite bad for them. This is going to be a kill on the bot lane, as Karkau alongside Chewy will take down Ali. In the meantime, you see Ahsoka was picking up that mark Water, however, has found the angle in. Inugami forced out as the TP is coming in from space in the top side. Counter is already present, but he's already used his flash. He's already used his ignite. The jump comes forward. Inugami trying to find the angle to do the damage, but Ahsoka is able to space it out. Spiraling Despair does not do damage to anyone beyond Counter, but Space might be able to make it count. Jumping forwards with the all out, the pull away as Sky makes his own way out. Ali was not involved in the play. The dragon is still up and awaiting. Severing Bolt out of Chewie nearly takes down the Nautilus. They will now peel back for the dragon. Hang on, he's walking.
This guy.
Not quite.
Oh, no, he won't find it. But oh my god, that was such a just clutch moment. How much time everyone bought in that fight. So it started with that really good pick on Tavares, and then we already saw the Rumble moving while Cassante was still pushing the top lane. So I thought, oh, maybe Rumble comes here and maybe it's a good fight. Despite Tavares being dead, it's still 4-4-4. But the amount of time Yone just bought there with that E range being so long and it just taking so long that Emrys really tried. They stood on where the soul would snap back to, and despite that, they still took even more time to kill him because he flashed away. So, yeah, really well played.
Good little catch, but Sky's taking so much damage. What's that hop back? The true damage on top. And yeah, this Yone is becoming a problem very, very quickly. Bork already completed. It's going to take...
Yeah, I mean, he's full build.
Many members.
He has Bork. Oh.
Concerning. Deeply concerning.
Very much so. But don't worry, there's other things to be concerned about too, because if we now look at Wei, he's 3-0. This is not going to get any easier for anyone else to, you know, try to get away from this damage, because if Wei just starts with poke damage, and then suddenly you have a Kha'Zix coming in just assassinating you, how do you even outplay that?
They have the tools. I think once Sky maybe gets another item, it'll be a little bit easier to damage. Put in on towards Pickle, has to flash away from the devastating fire. And Chewie commanding so much respect in this bottom lane. Sure, Ali can put some poke damage down onto him, but it's pretty clear that he does not feel at all threat.
No, definitely. But look, meanwhile in the mid lane.
Ahsoka drops, and Sky goes as well. That's 2 for Kakao. I guess that's what happens when you give this man his main.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is exactly what happens when you mix cacao and water and you get a weird hot chocolate that just somehow works and gives you a double kill.
I haven't done the science on that one as he just jumps Ali underneath the turret. Varus thinking the safe there. No, very much not so.
Oh, that I almost feel bad, because what are you supposed to do as an ADC? You just exist. Oh. Okay, but let's try to look at the positive side, okay? So, we still have Rumble in the top lane. Rumble ult is still always going to be massive damage. We still have the big team fight, you know, sort of wombo combo-esque that we talked about. That is still there. That is not being taken away. Yes, it may be a little over a 5.5k gold lead. That is worrying at 15 minutes. But maybe Rumble can get away here.
We'll see about that one. With that amount of Kha'Zix damage, I am going to say no. No.
I tried.
Counter's been doing decently well there. He has completed that first item. But we're going to need at least another full item, I think, before the Rumble becomes a problem. And, well, there's already 2 problems on this Rift. You know what? 3 problems. This triple threat comp, Kakao, Inugami, and Chewie are all doing, frankly, ridiculous amounts of damage for 16 minutes in the game.
Yes, 100. I mean, look at this. Kakao is at 2 full items already. He just does not care.
They're lethality items. They barely cost anything.
That's fair, but I mean, it's still a Kha'Zix. He takes those 2 items and he just says, I have my items, I will take your life bar instead. So, yeah, this is...
That's a LeBlanc quote. An old LeBlanc quote. Oldie but a goodie.
You know, are
like,
we ever
for my next
sure
trick,
that
I'll make that
someone...
life bar disappear.
Exactly. Are we ever truly sure that a champion is not secretly LeBlanc in disguise?
The worst part is I can't refute that.
But, you know, let's look at the positives. Positives, yes.
Production, if you can hear me, could we get a look at Ahsoka? There it is. So that is that a second?
2 stacks?
That's only the second mark pickup from the Herald. Yeah.
Well,
so you know how I said it? If it takes them too long to get 4 marks.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Space does not care at all.
They can get an objective bounty. That, you know, that's positives. Small things.
Wait, hold up.
Surely.
What was the Herald? I thought that was them picking up the Herald. Never mind. TP's coming towards topside. Space is still alive as Water's looking for the angle of engage. Chewy's here. Inugami's here. It's the full-blown wombo angle. There is no way Pickle is going to be able to escape. Inugami has to snap back as Ahsoka is able to survive. Sky comes in, though, and immediately gets caught up by the All Out. And Galio, yeah, not going very far at that point. And then they're going to continue the chase as Kakao comes in from the far side, makes it 5. As Ahsoka will drop counter, wisely fling back to his 2-2 turret in order to recall.
You know, I was trying so hard to be optimistic, to say, like, they're gonna get the objective bounty, but they don't even get that. It looked for a second like they could just finish off the Cassandra in time before the collapse, but in the end, HLT they collapse so much quicker, they get exactly everything they want, they get the tower themselves instead. What more can you wish for?
Yeah, I mean, HL Tori getting pretty much everything that they want for. We do need to remind people, of course, like, some of these the members of this team have played at Div 1 level before. Water has played in Division 1 before. Inugami is not some sort of nobody. These are very solid players that, if they continue this way, have a really solid shot at making it into Division 1 for summer.
Very much so. I mean, this has honestly just been very impressive gameplay here. I mean, with the exception of the Yone, they are deathless. And the Yone, even despite having 3 deaths, he made sure every single one of those deaths hurt. Like, it was not ever just giving away kills for free or something. The Yone still has so much pressure by just existing.
Yeah. The lore of Bowson very clearly being shown by HL Tori this game. As Inugami now going to try and put the hurt onto counter. I don't think there is a counter to this. There's no blue spells this time around. The catch is Pickle trying to put the damage in. The ultimate coming through. Sky can't land in time, though, as the Fate Sealed gets him out. TP coming in. There's Space looking for the chase down angle. Chewy is here as well. They are able to dance away.
But this is exactly what I mean. Like, what are you supposed to do against this Yone? He just hops over walls, just dives you under your tower, and then just snaps back to safety. And yeah, as you mentioned, it looks like it's going to be a pretty free Baron, because how can you contest it when you're 10k down at 20 minutes into the game?
Now, Ali's trying to step forward for, like, you know, some Gumayushi level Baron steal, but Water's in the way, and we just... Oh dear. Bye, Ahsoka. The catch, no. Ali is able to land the Chain of Corruption onto Water to prevent further damage being done. But, yeah, these numbers, they're numbering. Up to a 12,000 gold advantage for the side of HL Tori. And Emrys, it feels like their window to come back into this game is falling away very quickly. And all of this in just over 21 minutes, Leah.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, I was just thinking... They're on Soul Point, they just got the Baron, they're 10k gold, or 13k gold ahead now. It does not feel like it's only been 21 minutes this game. It feels like they've been dominating for almost 30 minutes, but it's just not the case. The reason they haven't been able to push further yet is just simply because, yeah, it hasn't, they haven't had the physical time to yet. The waves hasn't spawned for that.
So Soku's on a ward. This guy has a flash. I don't know if it's going to matter.
Oh no.
Spoilers, it did not. Karkow, 803 on a champion that he bears the name of. Well, looking elsewhere. I mean, Chewy, 403, has a 10-stack Magi's, has 2 items besides. This is just a team operating at close to peak efficiency, it feels.
Yeah, this is honestly incredibly impressive to see. Also, just seeing the Cassante and the Rakan, both of them are sort of tanky, engage-y champions, and despite that, they haven't died, despite being the ones who want to go in first. So, yeah, honestly, really clean play.
I think it's safe to say, like, Emrys haven't been able to mount a team fight where either of them is in real danger. The closest we saw was with that top dive.
Oh no.
As Water finds another catch. Sky trying to come in as the Death Denied comes down, trying to flash away. Karkow goes legendary. And Sky is just stuck in the hell box. Ali gets chased down. Space will pick that one up. Cao able with the takedown as Inugami chases Ahsoka all the way into the base. And the Kindred still only has 2 marks, as at 23 minutes, it looks like HL Tori are simply done with this game.
I mean, this is definitely going to be the ending for sure. This was honestly a masterclass. This has been such a great sign because this was so clean. This is exactly the type of performances that I want to see. And this is like, as you mentioned earlier, this is the hope we have for the future of Div 1 because this was so clean.
Fantastic performance across the board there for HL Tori. And, I mean, they want to rack up a third 2-0, it seems. They've already 2-0'd Rich Gang UK. They've already 2-0'd Paragon. They went 1-1 against Spawn Peak, another team slated to be one of the high performers in Division 2. So, all the signs looking good. And the side of Emrys, they have time to regroup. That was a short game, but there are definitely things to take away from that. Maybe some champions to take from that. Alex. But they've got some time to do that. And in fact, we've got some time to do that as well, Leo, as we are going to throw it back to Jay and the desk to try and pick through the details of that game and find some fun things. Some fun things.
Indeed, we are. And I feel like, Bracket's saying it as it is, right? I feel like HL, Tori, they are looking good. They're looking good. I wasn't the biggest fan of the draft initially, right? I feel like there was definitely a few loopholes that could have been exploited. But again, at the end of the day, it does come down to who just plays the game a bit better. And I think when it came to team fights, when it came to map movements, it did just feel like HL were just that little bit ahead, Rory.
Yeah, and like we're seeing solo kills in mid lane, we were seeing 2v2 wins in bot lane. It was kind of just an already like starting from the back foot for Emrys. And then when you have this disengage comp, it's great. But when you're behind, you actually just die before you can disengage. So it's like, what are we doing here? It was pretty rough, apart from like one fight where there was a glimmer of hope.
Yeah, and I've got to say, like, Toast, obviously give us a breakdown of the game. Like, there's an element for me where, like, okay, I think that they could potentially cut it back in the draft, but then, as Rory's saying, right, you don't always get that luxury due to the fact that, like, the wallets were just a bit heavier. But do you feel like there was, like, any big macro moments where you feel like, actually, you know what, there's a world where Emrys could have played it a little bit better, or there were things that were maybe, like, missing in their game plan on the team fight?
I think just looking at the team onwards, I think it was kind of obvious they just weren't working together as much. HLT just felt like a team, definitely so. Whereas on the other hand, Emrys just were. It was a lot of like it felt like 3 different lanes. It didn't feel like a team playing a lane phase working towards a team fight. It felt like 3 lanes who then had to team fight. That's what it kind of felt like from Emrys.
Yeah, and obviously we're getting the replay right here. Rory, if you want to break this one down a bit, because it's quite the extended play. It starts in bot lane, then we're going towards the mid. We see this big, long pause, wait, stall out from Yone to just walk as far as possible to let the team get in there.
Yeah, bang on. Like, Ali was gone before this fight even started, and I was like, oh, Emrys looking a bit shaky here. But then when they got the catch onto Inugami, I was like, okay, that's fine. Inugami, when he eventually gets his soul back, is just going to get one tapped, but actually was able to survive for a few seconds and pump out some decent damage, and then it was just a 4v5 that Emrys found themselves in. And even though a few of them survived on blinking health bars, if like Chewie kept pushing and kept landing those severing bolts, he could have cleaned. But he just didn't have the vision and didn't have the cooldowns.
Yeah, I also feel like in production, even just threw this out there, like Kindred only had 2 marks, right? They were both from Scuttle. I feel like there wasn't the room to kind of get the Kindred going, which I do feel like was something that I maybe didn't think about when we were looking at the team comp, because although I thought it's simple, they just play back to front, front to back, like they just kind of give themselves a wall, then they hide behind it. Like there also was an element of you need to get your Kindred online, like you need to get the pieces going, and they just weren't able to, because like I will say, like the Yone obviously doing a lot in that game. Kha'Zix also is just innately going to be quite good into the Kindred until you get strong enough to fight him. So, Rory, it did feel like there was a little bit of a doom and gloom in a way from that matchup, even though we both weren't the biggest fans of the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, no, you're bang on, especially about the Yone pick, because Asuka finds the angle in mid lane for a level 3 gank, but isn't able to get in range for the assist, because Inugami sees the Kindred coming, goes, I'm just going to tower dive, and gets first blood and just trades a kill over to a Galio, who doesn't need a kill early. A Galio with a kill is nowhere near as scary as a Kindred with a kill. Even though the Galio wasn't marked, it just set behind Asuka's tempo, and it just allowed Karkel to get the crab, get the base, and know he was safe at least for that area, and then could exploit Asuka's clear.
And Toast, to go back to you, right? What do you feel like you want to see from Emrys over this build-up going into next game? Is it pick things? Is it macro things? What's kind of your words of wisdom, let's say, to the team to see what they could kind of maybe fulfill their full potential?
I think, depending on how HLT wants to play, unfortunately, I think HLT will kind of just pick what is strongest for them in this kind of matchup. Whereas if Emrys want to fight back, they want something back, they need that kind of heavy disengage and heavy just stop the dive. Like they need the stronger back line. Maybe something, I don't know, something unorthodox in the bot lane might work here. Whether they've got the vault for that, they've got the pocket picks for that. That's gonna be interesting. But it's hard to say what they can do because it seems like it's hard because HLT is just so strong on what they're playing.
I mean, if you're going to exploit a mage bot laner, then you have to be ready to go very aggressive picks, like Lucian, like Draven, where mages have really low base armor. So you have to pick a really aggressive early game champion to exploit their weakness, especially pre their first base, to pick up all that extra mana so they can keep pushing waves.
Well, we'll see how this one plays out. HLT looking good from the rip. Emrys still a little bit left to prove, but we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, game 2 will be on your screens.
Stjörnor helt vindringsbart dit. Gör tånger hon där skall regngår. Regnon strömnor ej er sist. Börjar kallir vilt er vär och se tunnor med kronat hår. Hon börjar med allt vägspar kalon har is och fyrsamman virstar.
Hello, and we are back for game number 2. Draft is soon to be upon us. And Toast, look, we did a little bit talking in the green room. What's your thoughts? Talk to me about your thoughts, because you were cooking a bit on Emrys.
So as we discussed slightly before, I think an unorthodox bot lane is going to help the team a lot. Deep diving into their bot lane, I think like something like an APC might work here, where they don't get punished as much for like kind of having to sit further back and farm and not being able to engage as much, not be as aggressive. Because I think if they go super aggressive, it's not even a 50-50 whether they will win the bot lane. It's so hard. So I think something that would allow them to just scale into the late game, something like an APC. I saw that they play the Veigar, might be a bit. I think it might be better. I think I've been looking through. It's just like searching through match history, trying to see what the best. I think also what might be an alright pick is a Felios, with the buff this season, with this patch as well. He looks to be a lot stronger, especially in this kind of play. Depending on what they can pull out of their pocket.
Okay, indeed. Now, Rory, I'm not going to like this on my desk. I'll be real. I wouldn't normally bring this up.
Oh.
You should have a lot of excitement in it. Lux bot lane. Talk to me about it. You
Yes.
said something about
Okay,
it
so it was
earlier,
so Lux bot lane's fine. I'm more caring about Lux support because I thought she was like a ridiculous bait champ until this patch. Her Q has had a massive cooldown reduction. So she's rooting more, she's setting up more picks, and can punish low mobility champs even more. You know who's a low mobility champ? Almost every mage. You know who plays
Not wrong.
almost every mage? Guys, you're not going to believe this. It's Chewy. So,
whoa.
this may come out as a counter, because honestly, I'd be down for a Caitlyn Lux into a mage, like mage Rakan bot lane. I'd be happy with that.
Okay, well, we might see it. We're going to see the Rakan picked up there. We'll say it is important to bring up that Space is actually the top lane of HL Tori today, just in case you guys are thinking about Mr. Boonga, but that has been swapped out. So, with that being said, Emrys are now looking to pick up their first 2 picks. Veigar came out.
Ooh.
You're on fire right now, Toast.
He's good. He's good.
Through.
That's why we got him.
coming through. Will we get the Lux as well? We will have to find out. Obviously, Poppy also a notoriously good pairing with the Veigar, and in my mind, good against Rakan.
That and Leona, also good into Rakan. So we could be seeing either come out. If we're getting a Maokai, I'm going to be so excited. Yes! Yes! They're listening to the desk.
They're watching the stream.
They're watching the stream and drafting it. Oh, no, of course not. We're just good at our job. Now, it's likely we're going to see Chewy pick up a mage here because he doesn't want to get them banned out in second phase. Hui is still available, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that picked up. And then...
Interested to see no Kha'Zix ban initially. That's something I was seeing as well.
Yeah. You're not wrong there. Is the Rek'Sai ban? Karkow has been playing a ton of Rek'Sai. I think it's 5 out of 6 games this split have been on Rek'Sai. So that's clearly taking priority in the eyes of Emrys.
Okay, the Jin Zhao coming through. I like Jin Zhao. I think strong at the moment. Also, pretty good against the mages because you can kind of keep them at arm's reach and then dash in when you decide that it's on your playing field. Also, nice with the Rakan, gives them a little bit of movement. The Silas is quite interesting.
Into Maokai. It's a classic.
It's good into Maokai. It is good into Maokai. Also, the Veigar one is not going to be too harmful either, but a little bit early, maybe.
It is typically quite early. You're not wrong, but frankly, what's Sky going to do? Because his Galio did not look great. And if we see an Akali... Okay, so mid lane's the lane to watch, because this is incredibly explosive. We're going to be seeing bodies flying about everywhere with a stolen perfect execution. When I'm looking at the jungle mid matchups and saying which one I think would win in a fist fight, it's got to be HL Tories, right?
Do we possibly think that HLD didn't do their research and they think that this Veigar was the mid, and that's why they picked the Silas so early?
It's a possibility, but like it's a winnable matchup. It's a winnable matchup for Inagami. So I don't think he's like stressing out over this.
Okay, well, we're going to get some top lane bans coming through there. Kasante, Jace taken off the board. Still supports to get picked up for the side of Emrys. And obviously on the flip side, Tori, they still got a little bit of room for movement with that ADC role. But again, could still be an APC. So I wonder if there's any targets towards that. No, they're going to stick towards those top sides.
We're banning Hui, no? We're banning Hui. But
they didn't ban Hui.
But Jimmy, Chewy just absolutely dismantled your bot lane on it last game. Like, why are we banning Garen?
They don't care.
I don't get why we're banning Garen. Like, who's
they've got
Garen
more
countering
resources
here?
actually.
Unless you're picking Riven. And why would you? Like, I don't know what we're doing with the bans here, personally.
I think what is happening here is maybe they're not focused on the bot lane. Yes, we kind of talked about what their bot lane is going to be, but I think they've put a lot more resources into their top lane. They're hoping that their top lane is going to be the winning con, so they want to try and set up best for it. That's the only thing I can assume for.
Thank you for taking the mic there. I was dying a little bit. I've been ill, and that was a crazy cough. I managed to get the muse off, though. Aatrox picked up. It's dark in top side, unless it's a hen jungle, which it would be crazy if it was, because we already have Maokai.
Yeah.
I'm interested in this one because I feel like I don't see this matchup ever. I don't think I've ever seen this specific matchup. So I'm interested to see how it goes. Civ are going to be the last pick, so they're actually staying away from the AP themselves. They're going to delve into Sivir, which obviously Spell Shield does mean it's going to be a little bit harder to lock down, but there's a lot of CC from Emrys, and Sivir takes a bit of time to get forward, but the melees are crazy. Last pick now onto Emrys. What's it going to be, Rory?
Not
that.
Wait, so if they're hovering Bel'Veth, is this Maokai support? I was going to say Pickle's using it to counter support, but... Okay, so it's Maokai Veigar bot lane.
Oh.
Are we seeing a... No, I was going to say Abyssal Mask Rush, but no, that's for like second, third item. Okay. I don't know why we're not just choosing to win bot. But... Okay! You know what? I'm stumped by this.
What wins bot?
What wins bot is like a Leona cracks this, right? Because Sivir can't actually spell shield Leona E because Leona still flies towards Sivir, right? It only spell shields the stun or the root, is my understanding of the interaction anyway. But instead we're picking a Bel'Veth who's incredibly invade reliant. You know who else is invade reliant? Kindred. And we didn't see that work out last game. So now you've got a champion that can't dash over walls. So if you're caught out into the Sin Zhao, you're even worse off than last game. And you really have to rely on your Akali winning lane and your Zahen winning lane. I think Zahen personally sucks in lane, so I'm expecting the Aatrox to destroy him. But, you know, I'll stop muttering and let Toast get a word in. But I'm just a bit confused, that's all.
Yeah, the only thing I can see really... Emrys' idea is that they want to put pressure onto the base, so maybe Bel'Veth, the whole objective of Bel'Veth is just to kind of split push, get those towers down, with that passive, with the void grubblings and such. Beyond that, it's the team fights are going to be bizarre. It's going to kind of be Maokai kind of standing there as a wall. Maybe he'll ult, and it's just hoping Zahen can get off and get those 2 or 3 fights that 2 or 3 kills that he will want.
It's a lot of questions, I've got to say, because I feel like it started so well for Emrys. Like I was like the Veigar, they got the Maokai, the Akali.
It looks so good.
It's there, and then like there's a hen. I wasn't mad about it. I wasn't like, oh, this is the best pick ever. But you know, it was alright. The Bel'Veth has really thrown me. Now I will say, I feel like a lot of Bel'Veth players are specialists. Like if you're playing Bel'Veth, you got to have played a lot of Bel'Veth. But it does feel like a lot more of a solo queue champion rather than a 5-stack champion, because, like you said, invade reliant, also really, really good in the 1v1, but not necessarily the best team fighter. So I do wonder how they're going to really optimize splitting up HL Tory, when we kind of talked about it last time, Toast. The HL Tory were really good at playing as a team and stacking and team fighting.
Yeah, no, most definitely. Sorry, I was just doing a little bit of research. From what I can see, there's not a lot of Bel'Veth being played unless there's a hidden.
It's a bad champ, that's why. It's a rubbish champ.
It's like Kha'Zix 82 mastery, and then some other junglers are like 13. But then no Bel'Veth. So from the information I've got, this is gonna be like, this has to be a pocket pick from like old times. That's the only thing I can think.
Well,
old times. She's only like 3 years old, isn't she? Oh no, I'm sounding like a league boomer now. But back in my day when she released, but I've got a few.
Right, so how does the fight play out? How does the game play out? Where do Emrys? Because Emrys are obviously the underdogs that we're talking about here, right? HL Tory looked really good in game 1. What's the underdog story here? How do they optimize their composition, Rory? Like, do they have to basically get those leads early? Because we talked about Zahen scales, Veigar scales, the Maokai will be good into the late, Belveth scales well. Are they praying that HL Tori don't take the game early, or are there things that they can actively do to really liken their chances?
So the issue is, now that Civ has been picked, Emrys really don't have much pressure in bot lane at all. Like, the Civ is always going to have push, because that's what their champion does. Which means, now, because Belveth is an invade merchant, especially a Raptor Mongerer, you need your Akali to be winning lane, which, is possible. But more importantly, you need Zahen to be winning lane, because if Belveth misses out on those grubs and her first unlock of her ultimate, it's really rough for her. And, like, Karkau can then just run into her jungle and take multi-bugs.
Okay, well, we're going to send this one over. We've been working on some theories. Leo, tell me what you're thinking.
Oh, go.
Well, we have been working and updating on our own theories here, and well, we have to say we're sharing some of the concerns here. I mean, we have Belveth, we have Zahen, we have Akali, we have Maokai. Those are 4 melee champions. You know what we really like to have if you're playing on HL Tauri here? Melee champions to fight into. I mean, Sivir can just stand so far back and use her spell shield to not be in any danger at all, and just do so much damage. And I can kind of see a vision a little bit if you think like the Maokai and the Veigar, they can use the cage and the ultimate to try and create space to split up HL Tauri. I can see that. I can follow through with that. But then I'm not so sure that we necessarily continue that train of thought with the other champions, especially the Belveth.
Yeah. I was looking at the draft, I was like, oh, Maokai's coming back. Nice. Yeah, proper disruptive, tanky jungler here. Emrys going away from the hard carry jungler. It really didn't work with the Kindred, sadly. Oh, they've picked another really hard stacking jungler that needs invades. What are they expecting to go differently that I'm not currently seeing, Leo? Or is this sort of Einstein's definition of insanity?
I mean, look, maybe this is just the style that has been working for them in scrims or something like that, and they're like, game 1 was a fluke. We let them just spiral out of control way too fast. And we'll just ignore that game, which honestly, I think with the way that game went is the right thing to do. I don't think you can say, oh, this one specific thing, if we change that, we would have won the game. I think put it out of your mind and focus on what's coming up ahead. That part, I agree with. But
surely,
how are you going to make sure that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, for the last game, all right? There will be things to learn from it after the series is done. You wipe your memory of it and you come back into this one. However, there are some broad strokes of similar things here. Like, the Zahen is interesting. As a Garen merchant, it was nice to get kind of your side of, there's a reason they banned the Garen. You're rather sad they banned the Garen, but apparently he walks over Zahen. So,
yes,
understandable ban. The fact that HL Tori decided not to go back to the Hui and instead go for the Sivir that we said, fantastic option in this scenario, also just means that at a certain point, HL Tori, press that R button, run at you.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you were saying that too, because if we look at this mid lane, we have Sylas versus Akali. These champions want to fight. We were talking about it right before the draft, and I was like, wait a second. Are we going back to 2019 here?
Leo.
Because I like this matchup.
Leo, I'd like to refer you to Inagami's summoner spells.
Oh.
That's a barrier on the Sylas.
Okay, like, I would have preferred something a bit more aggressive. But you know what? It's fine. We're just gonna pretend that's exhaust or something instead.
Inugami was clearly a Warwick main at one point.
That's what we're gonna go with.
Let's block
here.
someone when we need him.
But we do have we have Veigar going with the unsealed spellbook instead of something hokey, so he can also switch his summoner spell. So maybe we're gonna get something cool coming out of him instead. Or maybe I'm just coping a little bit too hard here. Oh,
Nagami,
yeah, this
again,
lane's starting.
trading very, very heavily. This time Sky is on a champion that is better suited to the early trade backs. The Galio was okay, but it turns out that Yone, like the taunt, especially while in Soul Unbound, is like, oh, I was wanting to auto you anyway?
Yeah, but also, okay, just trying to look at these champions. If we have a Sylas, this game, as Sylas, I am incredibly happy. I mean, you have some great ults. Oh, the barrier already coming through, actually.
Yeah,
just trying
big
to,
trades.
seems trying to, get through that early game, trying to make sure the electrocute from Akali doesn't do too much damage. But, I mean, this is a very nice wave state. Sky is already CS up, so the mid lane's already going better in the early game than it did last. So maybe this is what they were hoping for. Maybe now we get to see a bit more skill expression than, on a champion like the Galio. So maybe this is what they needed all along.
This was kind of one of the things that I said during the off game of Galio was one of those champions that you can't really show too much with, unfortunately. This is not the case with an Akali. Now, the question comes in of against this composition who likes being into melees, how much and for how long is Sky going to want to be standing in the middle of those particular 5 champions?
Oh, I really thought that was going to hit and we were going to see some fighting here. But no,
if it did hit, I actually think that would have been bad for Inagami.
That would have been really bad. That would have been a kill for Sky right there, especially with the Ignite still up. Yes, so very lucky that the Sylas did not connect there. But, I mean, also in the top lane, the desk already mentioned this, it is the Darkins fighting. But if we're going back a little bit on the lore, we do have a Xin Zhao who later becomes Zhen. So does this mean that Zhen is just the better Xin Zhao, or does this mean that, Zhen is just a cheap copy? This
He's
game
not
will
better.
tell. This
He's
game
not better,
decides
alright?
the lore.
Xin Zhao was my first ever main back in 2012. Like, I will not hear any slander against my boy.
Well, this game apparently decides the lore for the rest, so Riot, you're welcome. We're figuring it out for you right here.
Well, I mean, in the lore, Xin is too dead to care.
Or is he? Because Yunara did bring back the spearhead.
I've seen the theories. Jump in with the grand entrance, Chewie putting some nice damage down onto Ali. The spell shield was used, but actually didn't end up doing much. It's going to take a decent chunk back. That kind of evens it out a little bit. You see, Ali's mana is already getting kind of low. He does have the TP to get back, however.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of theories of people dying,
Oh, hey,
Ali's
Belbeth.
in a quite dangerous situation, but mid-game.
Ah, misses the knockup. Could do the
Does it
Royal
matter?
Maelstrom, though. Will be able to take that one down. Kakao coming in, the flash forwards, and the damage from the wind becomes lightning. Will be enough to trade it back. First blood, however, was for the Belveth.
Very much so, but, I mean, Sky doesn't seem to really mind this very much, because look at that big mid-wave he's about to pick up. That's a sizable CS lead being built up right now. But it looks like on the bot lane, actually, we're seeing the reverse of that come true. And as you mentioned, Ali did have the TP, he teleported back in, and now has to sort of deal with what is left of this wave that he can. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Also
Now,
has a
we're
tier.
seeing the level 6 come through here. I'm constantly waiting for them to all in. Maybe this is where we see it.
There it is, the Orient Rush. Ignite's being burned both ways around, and both of them walk away from each other menacingly.
They press ult, they realize there's not much mana left on the side of Zhen, and then they're like, alright, nice trade, we go next. I mean,
Bad
if
though.
this does not just explain top laners better than anything else, I don't know what does.
I mean, you're the authority on that. In the meantime,
But-
Kakao started the first strike of the
Exactly.
game.
And this is exactly what we have to watch out, because last game, it was so easy for HLT to stack up on these drakes and on everything else as well. So the question is, okay, if we let these Drakes go over to HLT again, are we able to get something else in return on the map? Because right now, it's not really looking so much. We also see a potential invade happening in the bot side jungle right now. Meanwhile, mid lane is
checking
just
it out.
Kurma fighting.
This guy's looking for the angle in. Stolen ultimate. We can't find the opportunity to use it against Sky. Never mind, there he is. Actually, he flings it forwards. Good damage being put down. Can't quite find the kill angle, though. Maybe if he had an exhaust. Maybe if he had ignite.
Yep. But then again, maybe if he had ignite, he would have died to that early trade coming through.
True.
So, you know, you never know. What ifs
things in
and what
balance.
ifs.
Something that's not going to be very balanced in a short time is the fact that there are 3 members closing in upon the jungler of Emrys.
Oh.
Ahsoka, not going to have a good time. Counter really couldn't do much to help in that scenario. Second kill across to Kakao once again.
Yeah, but, you know, he did get some of the camps, and we did talk quite a bit about how the Spelva definitely does like to be, you know, that sort of invading threat, and while the rest of the team didn't seem to be on the same page, the invade did come through. Question is that invade going to be enough to make sure Belveth is able to keep up with the 2 kills in Zhao? We'll have to see about that, because Belveth definitely wants to go for those grubs.
One thing that, just as it happens, marvelously
Yeah, there
done.
you go.
Grubs spawn on in, and Emrys Esports have set this up well. They are able to move up into the top side, and that will be a nice, easy pickup of that first piece of Void Coral.
Very much so. With the Sins out bot lane, they don't even have to worry about it. Water did move up, but what can a poor little Rakan do?
Not much. Yeah, not much. Game looking a lot better than game 1. Of course, the gold lead spiraled very, very quickly when HLT started to get ahead last time around. Big trades coming across. Of course, Counter looking to get that yellow bar to turn red, get him the basically GA off of his passive. Not able to do it this
But in
time.
the bot side jungle, they are invading in turn, so yeah, that's going to be a bit rough for the Belveth, because this means Belveth is then going to have to go into the top side jungle and invade there in return, and they're just going to be an awkward split map situation, and if HLT then collapse quicker, ooh, it's just going to be a rough situation.
Oh, Kakao making his way into mid lane. Sky seems to be aware of what's going on. Obviously knows that the Xinjiao was playing towards those bot side camps. Belveth actually making her way into the top lane. Looks like alongside Counter. Gonna pick up a couple of plates for themselves.
And, you know, mid laners are just throwing abilities at each other. They're both
very
really
flashy.
close to execute. Like, that was maybe 1 or 2 abilities away from being enough to kill. So they're definitely playing on the edge right there, to say the
This guy
least.
had ult and ignite. That was doable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I
Did
guess
that get the
better
plate?
safe
I don't
than
think
sorry.
it did.
We can see. No, I don't think it did.
Oh well. Gold. Looking pretty decent. Next Drake. Coming up in 1 minute 10 seconds time. The plate is still up. Thank you, production. Barely. Those Void Remoras not able to take that one down.
That is just a 1 breath onto that tower, 1 sneeze, and the plate will fall. But the Belveth is going top again, so they are really looking to be playing around this topside matchup this game. With the Maokai also moving there as well. Meanwhile, we see the invade in the bot side again, so it really is this split map sort of situation here.
They just really want those plates. Space has a flash available, might need it as Nature's Grasp comes across, ignites and all other sort of things under the sun. Still available, the Orient Rush used to get it away as the Belveth will pick up their second kill of the game. We do have the Kraken Slayer available in the next wave coming in at pretty much perfect timing. If they wanted to, they could commit for the full tower. It seems they will not do that. Instead, Ahsoka can go back towards the camps.
Yeah, unfortunately, no extra camps to be found here for the Bel'Veth, since it seems Sinzhao was aware of what was going to happen and made sure that he cleared those camps before he invaded the bot side of the enemy team. Now, the second Drake to be picked up, are we going to see a fight over these? Because that could severely delay the just overall snowballing and would be really good for Emrys if they win this fight.
Ali's going to struggle to get into this one. TP now coming out as Counter makes his way in. Does not have his ultimate, but does have Flash and Ignite as they now arrive. It is just going to be a smite fight, I think, and it is picked up by Kakao. Right, that in earnest is Counter trying to stack up that passive revive, but he's not going to be able to do it, as it looks like HL Tori are just going to run the members of Emrys back to their tier 1 turret. Chewy getting a little bit hyphy, perhaps. In the meantime, Inagami takes down Ahsoka and is looking for the angle in. Wind becomes lightning, does not find its mark. Counter is able to take down Waiter somewhere over the rainbow. In fact, Counter was already dead. Oh, he died to the tower.
Yeah, he died to the
Inagami
tower.
diving to pick up Ali eventually. And again, as we saw in the previous game, Leo, when it comes to these sort of bigger set pieces, it feels like HLT are just more on the same page.
Yeah, and as you were saying, that was a 5v4. The Aatrox wasn't really part of that. We saw the Zahen teleport in, and actually no, was it not the Zahen? Well, we saw a teleport come in. And yeah, in the end, it just, despite having that man advantage, they were not able to win that fight.
Looking towards Ali now. He's got Roa. Oh, it's Dive City. It's Dive City. Dive Center.
Yeah.
Inagami picking up another one. Did not take kindly to losing out on those earlier trades, I guess.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, looking down at my notes from... Oh, never mind. Who cares about notes? We're just going to keep fighting anyway. Okay, looks like that was
you're good. You're good.
Stealing and disengaging, because why the hell not? Trajan did speak. Actually, never mind. I'm not kidding.
That's really neat. I have one of those too, says Pickle.
Well, actually, that was at least, he was just trying to say, actually, this is how it's done. This is how you're supposed to use that ult properly. And, it worked. So I guess that he definitely taught us all a lesson on that one.
Lesson learned.
Yep. Hopefully so.
Coming up
but
on...
as I was trying to say before, you really need to take a look at all the dives that you were mentioning before, because that is especially what the coach mentioned, how proactive and aggressive and just immediately just saying, let's go, we're going in right now, and especially just having Kakao and Water going in together doing these things. So I really think they are doing a great job of moving across the map. While this game may not be as flashy or as show-offy as last game, there's still a big lead starting almost 2k, but poor Counter.
Just start fighting, buddy. You're going to need that revive. I don't think you're going to get it, honestly. Orient Rush comes in. He's trying to stack it up, but still cannot quite make it. Just needs a little bit more gold, a little bit more AD to stack that up.
To be fully fair, I think even if he did get it, it probably
wouldn't
would
have
not
saved him.
guaranteed to survival, but it's always good to just buy some extra time. Maybe your team can react or create a better map state somewhere else. So
time is what Ali needs.
Nice things to have. Exactly.
Same is true for Ahsoka as well, but Ali especially. Only 2 stacks on the rower right now. Though quite low in AP, only has about 100 stacks on the Phenomenal Evil Power. Means that they are just going to leave the Rift Herald here. I think that is perfectly respectable. There's not really much they could do to contest in earnest.
Mm-hmm.
So we look
Very
now.
much so.
Next Drake, 115.
But Bel'Veth is going to be a little bit upset about that. Bel'Veth just wanting all
Does
those...
like those void objectives.
Kakao, don't do it. Don't do it to her. Okay. Oh, I was scared to have a Kha'Zix repeat moment coming right here. Last game has traumatized me.
Well, Pickle's getting run out of bot lane.
It is actually really funny to see the Maokai with this skin being called Alistair, because just the way that he moves across the map, it looks like an actual Alistair now, and I have to keep reminding myself, no, that is a Maokai. And I mean,
Kakao's just not taking damage. Pickle dropping very low, able to walk away as counter, and Ahsoka trying to play the angle, but as the exhaust drop down, things are not, the stacks aren't stacking counter. The counter is low, and now it's 0 because he's dead.
Yep, and they didn't even need the Rift Troll to take that tower. They're just using it for the
I
next
saw
one.
that
Just
space,
so much
trying
gold.
to get the knock up onto Pickle there. Not
Yeah.
quite able to do it, but they put a lot of damage onto that turret.
And I mean, this is now starting to get to a point where they are once again snowballing this quite well. I think one of the greatest strengths that this team has showed is that once they get a lead, they really keep pressing it. So from the side of Emrys, they have to think, okay, how can we slow this down? How can we stop the snowball? Just put a boulder in their place or something like that, and make sure that this can't continue.
You know how they could have stopped it?
How?
Having a tanky, possibly tree-like champion in the jungle.
Interesting. But
Like,
what if
Yes,
you have
Ahsoka
a
has 2
literal
kills
rock?
and got the, Malphite works too. Something, something tanky. Like we saw the Kindred not work in game 1, but Ahsoka insisted on going for something that can carry. And again, Kakao is just doing the same but better. Xin Zhao, way on the way to 2 items, is in fact behind on picking up a second item, but has 3 kills, is ahead on the camps. And in the later fights, it's just going to be more useful unless Ahsoka can melt somebody instantly.
Oh.
Speaking of melting,
Yeah.
or burning in this case.
That
Hewn
is
down.
a rough one. They're also most likely going to be able to get this mid-tier 1 tower now, just unlocking even more, then going to be able to move and look towards this top tier 1 as well, just open everything up. And that is where things get really dangerous.
We've still got 90 seconds until the Baron comes up. So this may well be, as it was in the game before, that Angel Tori can opt to simply start up the Baron on spawn time. Ahsoka has decided that 1v1ing space is what they want to do. Little did they realize there were 4 members of HL Tori towards the top side. And this, it reeks of desperation. Trying to find a pick, not really factoring in where the rest of the team is.
I was gonna say, like, I can understand they really feel like after last game, things are going the same way. They have to make some kind of change. They have to sort of go in and make a difference, make some crazy outplay happen. But unfortunately, that one was not the play that ended up working out in their favor. This tower is just melting directly as well. And then, yeah, as you mentioned, 30 seconds for that Baron spawn.
Health bars are a little bit on the low side, so I don't think an immediate start on the Baron is very likely. Meanwhile, Inagami trying to play across the sides. The healing is decent, but counter is fully stacked. That's an awful lot of AD. That will be a kill picked up for the Zehen. Ali barely creeping out with his life. I think Space, if he'd wanted it, could probably have just flash queued, and that would have been the end of that Vigar.
Probably so, but I think he knew that there was all their champions there as well. And maybe, you know, if you're in this place, you know, and you're a substitute, you don't necessarily want to go in and potentially make a big throw or something. So I understand it. It's this way, at least nothing was lost. They still have their tempo advantage. It's like there's nothing Emrys can get from that 1 kill, so nothing too bad has happened.
On the bright side for Emrys, they recently saw Kakao on the bot tier 1 turret. So Baron very much not on the cards for them right now, which means they can breathe a sigh of relief. They can keep absorbing their waves for a little bit longer. And even get a tower bounty.
I mean, these are the small things that we do want to keep happening. And
Should be able to chase this one down. There's no Zhonya's or anything. Getting the lock in. The healing's good, but he will not survive. Okay, Emrys.
But
this is a potential play angle. But now Baron's being started.
In return, this, like, the pick was really good, but the question is, are they able to get back to Baron in time? Because they did just commit at least 3 people into the boss side. Okay,
No, they
probably
cannot.
realized they were not fast enough.
Wait, can they?
Oh,
Baron is going down here. Walker is
it's
playing
closely
bodyguard. Ahsoka tries to go in and gets exhausted. Able to dash on and out. As Pickle is now the one playing the front line. Ali trying to put the damage down onto Kakao. The front line's not lasting all that long though. Sky able to pick up a shutdown onto Chewie, but then falls down after the fact. Ali and Counter trying to play this one through. Kakao has put himself right next to a quite strong Belveth and will drop down, shut down. Water now on the run. And this is probably just a matter of time until the Belveth catches up with those dashes on a relatively short cooldown, and you can recharge them by landing that knock-up.
oh, but the blast cone. The blast cone. Oh, he lives. Oh,
the
my
Guardian Shield barely keeping him alive. Nicely done. Water survives. The dragon has just come up though. So yes, HL Tori did pick up the Baron, but Emrys have bought themselves 5 more minutes by stopping a Dragon Soul take.
And not only that, but they had a pretty decent fight too. I mean, if I'm on the side of Emrys right now, yes, the Baron went over, but overall I'm still happy with that. They slowed down, they even narrowed some of the gold lead. It was over 5k before. So overall, very much so a play in favor of Emrys. And I was quite happy to see this sort of proactivity where they went to the bot lane, they got that kill, and then they went to contest the Baron. Yes, it was a little bit late, but they then still used that mana advantage. They killed Sivir right away as another fight breaks out.
So they're all jumping Pickle. He will fall down, but now Ahsoka, who again is getting decently strong, looking for the angle in. Sky also sort of baiting the way forwards. They decide against continuing for the play. 4 members towards that top side, and still plenty of Barons on them, mean they just gonna kind of give up the camps that are there.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a little, my bad on that one. I was just saying positive things. I'll take the blame for that one. Won't happen again. But,
I mean,
yeah.
I think at this point in the game, Pickle does not mind too much about dying.
No, I agree.
I think you were going to have to be pretty consigned to the, if someone's going to die, it's going to be me.
Yeah, no, exactly. I am hoping to see a death cap coming through quite soon on this Viger though, because as you saw, the damage there on Kakao was not necessarily that big, and he does not have a lot of magic resist.
Ahsoka is having to play this one, dashing all around. In comes the Orient Ruff. Chewie forced to jump out. Counter not able to find the retake, and Pickle will fall as well. Ali trying to hide underneath the turret. Does have a flash available. He's trying to get the damage onto Chewie, but he can't quite find it as Sky coming in far too late. Meanwhile, towards the bottom side, the chase down as the kill picked up by Inugami, and the ace secured by Kakao. 24.5 minutes. Death timers are starting to grow. This may not be the game, but it's certainly an inhibitor.
Definitely, this is such a big, push right here. And
You know what? This is season 26. This could absolutely be the game. Pickle has just come back up.
Oh, are they actually able to end it here?
There's still
The death
5 seconds for
timers?
anyone. Pickle just can't stop them. The towers are getting melted through. The disruption is there, but I don't think it's going to be enough. A stolen Nature's Grasp keeps them out of the way as the autos rain down on the Nexus, and HL Tori, with the back of a single fight, a single team wipe, can close out the game and close out the series. Another 2-0 for them.
Yeah, GG. That was so nicely played. They learned from the mistake last time where, they had the man disadvantage and then lost the fight at Baron. This time they saw that they had a man advantage. They're like, okay, we'll show you how it's done. We're going to go all in. We're going to kill everyone. And, we don't need just a Baron. We're going to end the entire game off of that.
Yeah. If you're not watching Div 2 already, then, here's a team to keep an eye on. HL Tori. Very, very strong performance from them. Emrys Esports, there were still some good moments. That second game, very good. I liked the scrappiness. There were some errors, but obviously you're never going to play a losing situation like that flawlessly. I would never expect someone at this sort of at national level to play a situation like that flawlessly, but they fell behind gracefully. They found their opportunities to fight. Obviously, they gave up the Baron, but they won the fight pretty well. The problem was, after that, it seemed like HL Tori went, okay, guys, we got a little bit hyphy, a little bit greedy there, maybe. Let's lock back in. And from there, they kind of closed the game out pretty cleanly.
Yeah, definitely so. But you're exactly right. These are teams to keep your eye on because you never know. You want to see some underdog stories coming through. You want to see, maybe people rise to the top and being able to continue going on maybe in the future in Div 1.
Just saying, if you love your region, you want to keep an eye on the developing talent, on the people that could be your team's players in the next split of Division 1. Keep your eye on here when you see the opportunity, or when you get the opportunity to. That is going to be it from us. Leah, thank you so much for casting the series with me. A pleasure. Been fantastic. We are going to throw it back to Jay and the desk to wrap up the rest of the day.
Thank you very much indeed, Brack and Leo there. And I got to say, it was a fun one. I would definitely be down to watch these teams run it back again. But when it comes down to it, I got to say, HL Tori, they were just better, right? They were just better today. I feel like the pick, okay, let me rephrase. Let's get my words underneath me. The expectations I had on the draft from Emrys was definitely lower than what they performed. I feel like they really over excelled in the things that I thought wouldn't work. And I've got to say the Belveth actually did have a lot of impact where I thought it would have zero already.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, early game, the Belveth was fine. I would have preferred to see it invading a bit more, but that's whatever. Games are different in every match. I think it was enabled, like I said in draft, by a top lane and a mid lane that actually went even a lot of the time, but we did see the one mistake where the Belveth tried to invade. Both mid and top had based, and the Belveth was just left out to dry in the enemy jungle and got collapsed on by 3 people. And that's what happens when you don't communicate with your team properly and don't communicate with your laners. I was really excited. It got grubs. It had influence. It was really nice. Unfortunately, Emrys just can't negotiate the mid game as well.
Yeah. So it's also talking to me a little bit about the laning phase, right? On the bot lane, the Veigar coming out. Obviously, it's something you kind of talked about. How do you feel like it went for them? Obviously, it felt like, to me at least, a little bit more of a stable game.
Yeah, it was a little more stable, but every time there was a bit of a step up or there was a trade at any point, it just kind of felt there was a disconnect between the two. The bot and the support coming from Emrys. Whereas every time HLT just were synchronized every time, and that kind of plays out for the rest of the game across the map. It was very just mismatched. There was some good plays in the top. There was a lot of nice top dives, but that kind of felt like they needed to just get the Belveth online. Beyond that, it was difficult. But the bot lane felt a little bit better. There's not too much to say about it, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, but it takes time, right? The synchronicity is something that you need to work on. As we said, that the bot lane are new to the team of Emrys, so give them some time, give them some space. Maybe they can kind of grow into it and make some things happen. But let's roll this replay. Let's talk about top river fight, because I've got to say, there were definitely some good moments coming in from both teams, and it's what we're all here for. We're here for the action from both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was way closer than I was expecting this fight, especially when the Baron just got melted before the fight really started. Unfortunately, Belveth used all of its forward dashes and then couldn't engage on the fight and just kind of got blown up. But I thought Emrys, they really tried to capitalize and take down as many Baron buffs as possible. And frankly, taking out 2 is pretty good going with the fact that they were behind 4K at that point.
Also, the Aatrox going crazy.
Kind of went mental on the backline, yeah.
Yeah, we got to talk about how the Zehen was able to get some things done, right? Obviously, we talked about the Belveth having a lot of potential, a lot more than we would have expected, right? Was able to do a lot of work. But there are some champions that are just a bit different, and I feel like Aatrox went ahead is just that toast. There's not really a lot you can do about it. I think the Silas had a really good laning phase, and I think all around just HL, they're setting themselves up for a lot of success. And I think Brad kind of talked about it. They're a team that you really got to watch because they might be coming to Div 1 very soon. But that is all that we have for you tonight. We will be back on Monday. Before we go away, though, I'm going to give a little roundup. Toast, what was your impression of Div 2? How did you enjoy the show in general?
I feel it's good. I think it's. I think we said early on, we're going to see a lot of interesting comps. It's a lot different. Not so much different, but like there's going to be a lot more risk plays, like the Belveth. It was interesting. I think there was some good plays, and it was teams had moments of syncrasy from both sides. Casualty a lot more, and those were the shining moments, and that's what's nice. To see.
Indeed, and we might be covering more Div 2 on this stream, so make sure you stay tuned. Obviously, you can follow it yourself as well. But Rory, we also saw on the off-screened game done by Jolly, shout out to him, the BDG versus Absolved really putting their foot down once again. What are you kind of expecting going into the next week for Div 1 as well? Give the viewers a little bit of a taste of what
I don't know
expect.
the matchups for next week.
Oh, you don't know
I'm sorry, no. So I don't know the matchups. So I can't.
Either
really,
way, okay, it doesn't matter.
give
Rory,
much
tell
insight.
us about
I'm
this
sorry.
week. Talk to me about Div 1 quickly before we end the stream.
Look, Div 1 is really exciting right now. Basically, every team is kind of muddling in the middle going into week 4. So every win matters. I think we've got a 4-way tie right now. So, like, super exciting stuff. And every win in these two best of 1 weeks is really important.
Indeed. Div 1, Div 2, both heating up. Both could be on your stream at any time that we see fit. So tune in. We'll see you on Monday and have a good weekend.